we understand the value of the Filipinos' hard-earned money. For years, BDO has been finding ways to create strong and lasting bonds with both our clients and partners. We are the largest bank in the Philippines, operating in full service, anytime, anywhere. From branches to ATMs, from assets to operations. This includes One Network Bank, BDO's rural bank, built to provide access to financial services in rural areas. One Network Bank has over 100 branches all over the Philippines. But we don't stop there. We've made banking even more accessible with Cash Agad, a new service that makes cash withdrawal easier, operating with over 5,000 partners nationwide. BDO is also a proud member of the SM Group, one of the country's strongest and biggest conglomerates. With more than 50 mall branches located in key areas all over the Philippines. An open SM mall means an open BDO branch with extended banking hours and BDO remit counter, allowing to claim remittances 7 days a week during mall hours, including holidays. We have the largest market share in both remittances and deposits, with over 1 million overseas Filipino account holders through BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Kabayan Savings Account was created especially for Filipinos abroad and their families, so they can enjoy the ease of opening an account and the affordability with zero maintaining balance required. Kabayan Savings Account holders also get to enjoy free life and accident insurance when they save more and remit at least 6 times in 12 months. Whenever a Kabayan Savings holder remits or saves money, they also get BDO Rewards points, which they can use for shopping at any branch of the SM Store, SM Supermarket, and SM Retail establishments and partners. For years, we have been developing an active and harmonious partnership with SM through programs for our beloved clients, such as the OFW Sale, Migrants Day, and the annual Christmas event in their malls nationwide. With millions of daily foot traffic, SM has been the go-to destination of overseas Filipinos and their families, where they come to shop, eat, and spend quality time together. We've also created various programs all catering to Filipinos working abroad, like the Pre-Departure Orientation Seminar or the PIDOS, where attendees can instantly open a BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Our take on PIDOS is made more fun and engaging with Mr. Teteng Lopez, also known as Mr. BDO to overseas Filipinos. As a representation of a wise Filipino working abroad, he talks about tips on saving and taking care of themselves while away from their families. And in order to reach out to more families in rural areas, we've created a grassroots marketing program where we teach communities basic financial literacy, which we've started since 2014. To strengthen our reach in the digital space to overseas Filipinos, we have created a dedicated social media channel, BDO Kabayan Facebook page. For this day and age, it is an effective and efficient way to communicate the latest initiatives by BDO and our partners. It is also a good platform for financial literacy, such as saving tips and bank account management. As added convenience, Filipinos abroad and their families back home can immediately check their transactions through Remit Status Inquiry at www.bdo.com.ph anytime, anywhere. Also available is the BDO Remit Text Service, wherein beneficiaries are notified if the money sent has been credited to their account or is already available for pickup with just a text message. BDO as an institution has been leading the local scene, positioning us ahead among the others into the world ranks. BDO's stability and banking expertise have also been recognized by local and international award-giving bodies. As the commercial bank that generates the largest overseas Filipino remittances, BDO has been consistently awarded by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for the last 10 years. BDO has received the Gold Hall of Fame, the highest recognition any Philippine bank can receive from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. We offer our partners our strong foundation when it comes to remittance with our wide and extensive coverage. We are operating in key areas where overseas Filipinos are located. Our offices are spread across Asia, Middle East, USA, Canada, and Europe, serving as a bridge for our global partners to better reach Filipinos working in these countries. Through our employees and expats, we will bring you closer to the market with a clear understanding on their needs. BDO Remit is also equipped with 24/7 customer service support, ready to serve BDO remittance and combined clients, both overseas and in the Philippines, as well as remittance partners. And to further strengthen our relationships with our partners, we provide in-house creative services to amplify our commitment and dedication to synergy. This includes prime advertising locations in SM malls. BDO is the most trusted Philippine financial company by major global financial institutions for remittances worldwide. BDO is the most trusted bank of overseas Filipinos that help them bring their families closer to achieving their goals. Today, BDO's remittance business has grown from simply being a way to send money to being a key in building a better future for Filipino families. We envision our partners to be with BDO in our commitment in making remittance more convenient and efficient that will last for years. BDO and our partners, always finding ways for overseas Filipinos and their families. Because together, we find ways.
Happy New Year! Welcome to the first and free webinar of the year from IECEP Singapore in partnership with BDO Remit. Present to you Actualized Ideas, Design Thinking Plus, 3D Printing and Rapid Prototyping and Special Membership Meeting. Ayan. So I am Jedaya Bertoliano. Hello po sa inyo. Kamusta kayo? I am your moderator for today's webinar. Ayan. Tumataas na naman po ang kaso ngayon dito sa Pilipinas at malamang sa balita sa ibang bansa din daw. Ayan. Pero masaya po kami at kasama namin kayo dito. At nandyan kayo, malakas at malulusog. Ayan, at nakikinig ngayon dyan sa inyong mga computer at mga cellphone para dito sa ating very first webinar of the year. Ayan. Alam niyo po, dahil ito ay isa sa mga unang webinar or naunang mga webinar, siguro group of webinars na nauna dito sa IECEP, sa kabuuan ng IECEP. Gusto po namin malaman kung saan nagmula ang ating mga participants. So pakihawakan po ang ating mga phones at ang mga computer at may makikita kayo dyan, raise your hand. Mamaya sasabihin ko kung anong tanong ko tapos magre-raise your hand kayo. Ayan. So, please raise your hand if nandito kayo sa Pilipinas. Ayun, mga nasa Pilipinas po, gusto namin malaman kung ilan kayo. Ayan, may 16, 17, 18, 19. Ayan, dumadami na. Sige po, pakiraise yung hand ng mga nasa Pilipinas. Welcome po dito sa IECEP Singapore's first webinar of the year. We have 20, ayan, mga nasa 30 kanina may mga nagbaba ng hand eh. Okay, may mga around 30 tayo ng mga participants and panelists na kasama dito from the Philippines. Thank you po. Now I will lower your hands na. Ayan, thank you for participating. And then, syempre, hindi natin makakalimutan itong IECEP Singapore. Pakiraise nga yung hand kung sino yung mga nandito ngayon sa Singapore. Ayun, 3, 4, 5. Sige po, mag-raise tayo ng hand kung nandito tayo sa Singapore. Show your support to IECEP Singapore. Okay, meron tayong around 6, 7, 8. Ayan, baka hindi lang hawak ng iba yung phone nila or ayan, hinahanap pa yung raise your hand. Okay, thank you po. And then, syempre, hindi din natin kakalimutan ang mga kasama natin na nasa ibang bansa bukod sa Pilipinas at Singapore. Meron po ba tayong mga kasama dito na nasa Qatar, US, ayun, sa Middle East, other countries in Asia, Europe? Meron po ba? Ayan, may nag-raise ng hand na dalawa. Okay, welcome po sa inyo dito sa ating very first webinar of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Singapore Chapter. Ayan, so we are very excited to hear kung ano ang i-share ng ating mga speakers ngayon. Okay, so ngayon po, before I give the floor to the others, ayan, we will start muna or this webinar with some house rules. Ayan. So this house rules that I will share is very common naman, pero syempre ipaalala pa rin natin sa bawat isa na ito ang mga dapat kong tandaan pagka ako ay uma-attend ng isang webinar. Okay? So the first house rule is number 1, find a quiet place and secure a stable internet connection. Ayan. So you can focus on the session. Should you get disconnected while the session is in progress, please rejoin soon as possible. Then number 2, ayan, please use your full name so that we could properly identify you. Utilize the rename feature on Zoom to change your display name. Ngayon, kung hindi niyo man po mabago ngayon, you could get out of the room temporarily, and then dun sa Zoom, pagka nag-click kayo ng join meeting or join webinar, pwede nyo i-enter yung name nyo kung hindi nyo mabago ngayon. Ayan, if you can't utilize that rename function. Ayan, yung mga participants na nandito, they could, or within the webinar, they could utilize the rename function. Pero sa mga attendees, ayan, because this one is a webinar type, I'm not sure if they could rename themselves. Ayan. So, ayun po. So, para pagka kayo ay mag-raise ng hand, in case lang naman na may magkaroon ng tawagan, kayo ay makikilala namin. Yun. Okay, the number 3. We have here, ayan, be an attentive participant. Unless requested by the moderator, always turn off your webcam and mute your audio or mute the audio of your microphone. Else, you may type in your topic-related questions via the Q&A or the chat box. So, sino dito ang nakakita ng Q&A button dyan sa baba? Pakiraise nga yung hand kung nakikita niya. Q&A, Q&A. Ayun, nakikita ng ilang mga participants natin. Pero lahat yan dapat nakikita nyo. So, dyan nyo po i-enter ang inyong mga questions, again, related to the topic. Okay, thank you. And then number 4, ayan. Be respectful and courteous in speaking, writing, and appearance. Steer clear from asking too personal questions or non-subject related questions, and no spamming in the chat box. So, pakiusap lang po Wala masyadong personal. Ayan. And then number 5, kindly accomplish the attendance quiz evaluation form, which will be given after the question and answer session. No form completion, no certificate. So ito po ay nag-register kayo sa My IECEP website natin. So ibig sabihin, this is an official webinar and may CPD points po ito. So please answer that attendance quiz evaluation form so that you may have that certificate after this webinar. And then number 6, keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar. So, ayun. Enjoy lang po. So, as we proceed with this, I am showing you the program of today's webinar. We started with the registration and login earlier, and then by 1:15 or by anytime soon, we will be doing our opening prayer, followed by the national anthem and then the opening remarks. And then we will start the webinar proper, session number 1. And then by 3:30 p.m., there will be a sponsor presentation. Ayan. And then by 3:45, we will have that session 2 of our webinar day. Ayan. And then after that, we will have that special announcement and then closing remarks and then end of webinar. Ayan. So magkakahiwa-hiwalay na naman tayo after today's webinar. Pero temporary lang naman yan kasi marami pang susunod na webinar ang i-introduce ni IECEP Singapore sa inyo. Ayan. So with our first session, ayan, it will discuss the framework of design thinking focused primarily on delivering innovative solutions that provide better end user experience. And then for the session 2, this will discuss about 3D printing technology and several techniques for 3D modeling and printing. Rapid prototyping allows the engineer the capability to visualize the ideas at a quicker pace. So, napakamalaman ng ating webinar today. Ayan. Alright. So, proceed na tayo. Huwag na natin patagalin pa. So it's already 1:25 at my clock here. We'll now start our webinar with an opening prayer followed by the national anthem and then the opening remarks later. So let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Father, we offer everything and thank you for everyone gathered here today to walk with you. May we ask for your blessing and guidance so that the activities set for this undertaking will be successful. We ask you to open our eyes to see the wonderful things from this activity. We ask that you to open our ears so that we may retain the invaluable knowledge. Open our minds for us to think wisely. Put us with understanding, cooperation, and peace in fulfilling our responsibilities. Open our hearts so that we may receive your everlasting love, and open our spirits so that we may know that you are with all of us throughout the day. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
To give us the first or the very first opening remarks of the year. So are you excited? We have here our chapter governor, engineer, Arnie C. Gonzalez. Hello, Governor.
Thank you, Engineer Jed. Napaka-chill natin ah. Thank you. Right, so to all the distinguished guests that we have here right now on Zoom, to our very own engineer Chris Andrew Trinidad, one of the BOD from the IECEP National, to our partners from BDO Unibank, headed by Sir Alexis Gerard Vertido, to all our chapter officers and members, as well as the from the other local chapters and foreign chapters officers, and especially to all the participants right now. Good afternoon and Happy New Year to all. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome everyone on our very first webinar offering, and again another series of learnings na pinrepare namin for every one of us here. So again, thank you for joining and spending your afternoon with us. So this year's direction in providing technical webinar is still via virtual platform, or again via Zoom, no? As what Engineer Jed mentioned earlier, tumataas na naman yung cases. So I believe, or I think, this is still gonna be our default. Okay, but hopefully we will see better days or improvement over the next few months. Nevertheless, we will still get to enjoy the comfort of our home while we continue to learn, 'di ba? So sabi nga, natuto ka na, nagka-CPD points ka pa. Again, this is a webinar, a free seminar that was applied with CPD points. So again, let's take advantage of this opportunity, especially this kind of webinar that we have. So for this afternoon, and again to start the year acquiring new knowledge and new skills, we are very much excited to present two great topics from our experts that are still again very timely for our from today. Okay, these two topics works hand in hand with each other, and as the title suggests, or as the title of the webinar suggests, actualize ideas. Okay, so later ma-realize or malalaman ninyo why. And this was conceptualized by our very own engineer Paolo Laguna. Thank you, Sir Pao. And again, as mentioned by Sir Jedediah earlier, the first session will be a presentation of basically how we can achieve ideas, or think of design ideas that can better improve our clients or end users experience. So together with this will be the key principles and methodologies na i-discuss ng first speaker natin. While for the second topic pertains to 3D modeling and printing. And again, together with the fundamentals and principles of this technology that I believe as an electronics engineer, it will be somehow an interesting topic to all of us, right? So sit back, ready your notes, and again, feel free to ask questions as we move along. May Q&A box tayo separately. And again, good afternoon. Be safe always, and thank you very much. Back to you, Engineer Jedediah.
Okay, thank you, Gov. It's nice to see and hear you here again.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
so now to introduce, ayan na. So let's enter our first webinar, or our first session. Now to introduce our first resource speaker, ayan. Here is our Secretary General, Engineer Paulo R. Laguna. Hello, sir. Are you there na po?
Hi, good afternoon, Sir Jed.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, actually mag-ano tayo ng siguro konting revision sa program natin. Before we go, I believe to the technical sessions, maybe we can proceed dun sa announcement muna ng ating governor with respect to the special general membership meeting natin. Kasi medyo madidelay yung first speaker natin. Okay? So, babalik ako mamaya to introduce our first speaker.
Okay, sir.
Sige, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So before we proceed on the webinar proper, we would like to make some announcement. As we are going to start this year, we are delighted and excited to inform you that we have prepared a lot of webinars aside from this first webinar that we have today. With the two amongst the greatest resources speaker, we are glad to inform you that the IECEP Singapore have also collaborated with the Central Luzon chapters. Ayan. We have collaborated with the Bataan, Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, Pampanga, Tarlac, and Zambales chapters. So this webinar series entitled IR 4.0 at the Center Point, Accelerated Digital Transformation Due to Pandemic Disruption. This will run on all the Saturdays on January 15, 22, 29, and also on February 5. Ayan. So we will be having 8 exciting topics applied with CPT points, and this will be absolutely for free. This will be a limited number of slots only, so please register ahead on myicep.net. And today is also our special general meeting, and we would like to take this opportunity to give you a heads up on our events on our upcoming annual general membership meeting. This will be held on March this year. So during our upcoming AGM, we would like to propose on the amendments of our existing constitution and bylaws of our IECEP Singapore, CBL. So as you all know, the IECEP National is in the midst of reviewing the constitution and bylaws and targeting to be ready in the next National's mid-year event. So the purpose of our CBL amendments and revision is to align with the IECEP National's Constitution and at the same time to review some changes that is necessarily needed to improve and also to fulfill some requirements based on Singapore guidelines. So since we are a registered organization here in Singapore, meron po tayong mga kailangang i-comply at may mga requirements na kailangan nating tignan at gawin para mas maging maganda ang ating pag-integrate ang ating IECEP Singapore community, IECEP Singapore chapter community sa Singapore. And the copy of the IECEP SGCBL, the Constitution and Bylaws will be forwarded to all the members for the on the upcoming AGM natin this coming March for all the members to comment and suggest. We will be needing everyone from IECEP Singapore members to please comment and feel free to suggest and please raise up any concerns if you may have for the improvement of our IECEP Singapore's constitution and bylaws. So these proposed revisions and amendments of the CBL will be presented on our mid-year meeting, and that will be on October this year as well. And this will be for further commenting and suggestions. And the final revisions of the CBL will be presented on the next chapter's AGM, which will be next year naman, March 2023. Together with the approval and the effectivity on when this revised constitution and bylaws will be implemented. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee of the Constitution and Bylaws Review Committee, our current president, Engineer Jose Carlos Tupas VI, which our chairman of the committee, and together with his co-chairman, Engineer Jervy Dumdum, our current IECEP Singapore Vice Governor in Education, together with the members, Engineers Donelyn and Engineer Leopoldo. So see you all on our upcoming annual general membership meeting, which will be held this coming March. So please stand by for more details and update of this event. And also, we are calling for donations once again. We had posted this in our group chats for to help the families affected by the Typhoon Odette ng nakaraan. Please send all your donations via PayNow or PayLah to Engineer Edimir Surigao in this number. We will be closing all the donations tomorrow. So please, sa mga gusto pong tumulong, please send po yung inyong donations kay Sir Edimir Surigao sa number na po na ito. And sa mga gustong mag-inquire, you can also use our group chat sa yung ating WhatsApp group chat, and also you can also send a private message to all the officers para po ma-assist po namin kayo. So that's all for the announcement. Back to you, Sir Jed.
Ayan. Thank you, Ma'am Leia. For a while, I'll just share my screen po. Ayan. Okay. Iba talaga ang nagagawa ng online. Ayan po. So, again, sa mga bagong dating po, welcome again to this webinar brought to you by BDO Remit and IECEP Singapore, Actualized Ideas, Design Thinking, plus 3D Printing and Rapid Prototyping, and Special Membership Meeting. All right, so because of the changes dito sa ating program for today, I will now give the floor to someone special. Yan, dito sa ating webinar ngayon. Sila ang, kumbaga, isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit po tayo nagkakaroon ng webinar ngayon. So ngayon, I have a question. May mga chat box naman dyan eh. Pagka nakita natin itong katagang ito, sino ang naaalala natin? Ayan, sino po kaya naalala natin pagka nakikita natin yung mga katagang yan? Ayan, wala sumasagot. Sige po, pakigamit po ang chat box para makita natin nakikinig pa ba kayo. Ayun. So, nauna si Sir ba to? Ayun, Sir David Ramos. Nauna lang. Sorry po, walang premyo. So tama po. It is BDO. When we hear these words, we find ways. BDO po ang naalala natin. So ngayon, dahil sila ang ating partner in this webinar, I introduce to you our sponsor. They will be presenting to us some presentation regarding the learnings on about or learnings on simple and affordable investing through different investment funds, plus tips on savings and remittance. So here's Mr. Justin Galan and Mr. Alexis Vertido. So, hello Sir Justin or Sir Alexis, sino po ba mauna sa inyo?
I'll start, Engineer Jed.
Ayan, hello po
Alexis
sir.
here. Yeah. So I'll
Okay.
share my screen now.
Okay, I'll stop my sharing na po and then you can share na.
Just to check, Engineer Jed, you can see my screen, right?
Yes po, we
Yes.
could see your screen po.
Yes, Sir Alexis.
Very great. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Happy Sunday and Happy New Year to everyone. On behalf of BDO, I would like to thank IECEP Singapore chapter, its board of directors and officers, especially its members, for our partnership, as well as this opportunity to speak with you today on a Sunday. Special shout out to Vice Governor Engineer Lea Lauan. I hope I pronounced your last name, ma'am, correctly. Governor Engineer Arnie Gonzalez, and of course, SecGen Engineer Paolo Lalaguna. It's a pleasure working with you all. My name is Alexis Vertido from BDO Remit of BDO Unibank Inc. And I help our kababayans here in Singapore with regard to their remittance and banking requirements. And today, we will be sharing with you helpful information that hopefully would add value to your existing financial skills towards your financial goals. So later my presentation will be followed by Mr. Justin Gallan, my colleague. So I'll be discussing the following topics. You can see on your screen. So the overall idea of our presentation is for you to have a BDO account, okay, and then send or remit money to that BDO account for your various requirements, and a portion of that, hopefully, you would use for your investment. So this is our objective for the day. Okay. So let me start by introducing to you BDO Singapore branch. BDO Singapore branch is actually a full-service branch located at 20 Cecil Street at Raffles. And currently, BDO Singapore branch is offering USD and SGD currencies, SGD checking account and USD checking account, USD savings account, time deposit, syndicated loans, and the recently launched services of private banking services. Okay. So for those of you who are interested in our peso currency account, I would be more than glad to give you more information on how to go about it here in Singapore without having to go back in the Philippines. So now that's the branch, the BDO branch in Singapore. Now let's talk about your remittance requirements. And for that, we have BDO Remit. Who is actually BDO Remit? BDO Remit is the remittance arm and brand of BDO Unibank Inc. And on the slide that you're looking at is just sharing with you some of the awards that we have garnered through the years that makes BDO Remit one of the best, if not the best, remittance services out there. So in 2018, BDO became was awarded as the commercial bank that generated the largest overseas Filipino remittances, and the list goes on. And talk about BDO Remit. Here is our international presence. or worldwide presence, I would say. We have 16 international offices worldwide, consisting of BDO remit offices, BDO representative offices, as well as BDO full branch banks or full service branches. And then we also have nearly 400 partners globally. So by the way, for BDO Remit, we have two business models. No, we have the first business model, which is we have this BDO Remit offices in countries like Europe, North America, uh, Hong Kong, Macau, and Japan. Okay, that's the first business model for BDO Remit. The other BDO Remit model is through our partners globally, which I will discuss more in my next slides. And then we have 25 expatriates worldwide who are in charge of leading and expanding the BDO remit business in their assigned countries, as well as making the BDO remit products and services closer to our kababayans in worldwide. No? So yours truly is part of this circle handling Singapore. Okay. So that's our worldwide presence. Then we go back to Philippines. Of course, if we talk about remittance, we have to also share with you our strength in the Philippines. Okay, so in the Philippines, we have 1,170 plus branches, over 4,200 ATMs, and 560 plus CDMs, CDMs being the cash deposit machines. And then we also have the BDO Network Bank, around 200 plus branches already. BDO Network Bank is actually our rural bank subsidiary based in Davao.
Sir Alexis,
Yes.
excuse po. Medyo mahina po yung audio nyo.
Oh, sorry. Hello?
Ayan,
Okay.
much
Is that
better po.
better?
Yes po,
Better.
that's much better. Thank you po.
Okay, thanks, engineer, for letting me know. Okay, so just going back to the Philippine BDO's Philippine network, we have BDO network around 200 plus branches. BDO network is our subsidiary rural bank based in Davao, and we also have the Cash Agad partners, over 8,000 plus locations. I'll discuss more about Cash Agad in the next slides. Okay, so that's BDO Remit's worldwide presence. Now, our Singapore presence, earlier I shared with you the business models of BDO Remit. In Singapore, we make BDO Remit products and services available through our partners. Okay, and BDO Remit services, products and services are available in the following rather. Of course, our very own BDO Unibank branch, as mentioned, at Raffles area. Our local bank partner, DBS and POSB. Our remittance partners at Lucky Plaza, A-Express, Kabayan, Right Choice Payments, formerly known as Broomfield, Steadfast Money Transfer, as well as our island-wide partners such as Pay to Home and Prime Exchange, PTE. So the business model I was telling you about, which is where we deliver BDO Remit product services via our remittance or via our partners, is pretty much like when you look at the website, right? The website, it has a front end and a back end, right? So the front end is what the user sees when he or she visits a particular website, right? So that's when we talk about BDO Remit, the front side would be the list of companies or our partners, as you can see on the screen. And the back end will be the system and the service that ensures that your money are secured and delivered on time to your designated recipient. That back end is BDO Remit. Okay, so that's the model we have in BDO Singapore. So for example, you send money via DBS or POSB. Okay, so you key in on the application, on the mobile app, the amount of money that you want to send to your beneficiaries in the Philippines, right? So BDO Remit ensures that that money will go on time to your designated recipient. So that's the BDO Remit services via our Singapore partners. Now that I've shared with you how to remit money to the Philippines, let's go to BDO Kabayan Savings Account, okay, which as I mentioned earlier, our idea is for you to have your own BDO account and then send money to that BDO account for your multiple
requirements, including investment requirements. Okay. So why BDO Kabayan Savings Account? BDO Kabayan Savings Account is actually a type of account that's under BDO remit. No? And as a OFW, this Kabayan Savings Account, or the BDO Kabayan Savings Account, actually is designed for us working in overseas as well as our beneficiaries in the Philippines. Some of the benefits and features of Kabayan Savings Account is that it has zero maintaining balance, convenient tracking of remittance, free life and accident insurance, of course, subject to TNC, and rewards points, as well as show card for your various promos in the Philippines. Okay, so these are the benefits of BDO Kabayan Savings Account. So just to highlight, one of the benefits of BDO Kabayan Savings Account is that it has a free life and accident insurance. No, of course, subject to TNC. So me personally, actually, I opened a Kabayan Savings Account because I want to avail of this great benefit versus me purchasing an insurance. So I'd rather, remit more to my BDO account and then save more there, so that instantly, or subject to TNC, I will get a free life and accident insurance, no, without having to pay for it. So I hope you guys can consider this benefit of BDO Kabayan Savings Account for those who haven't opened a BDO Kabayan Savings Account yet. So we also have BDO Network Bank Savings, Kabayan Savings, which actually your beneficiaries, especially at the far-flung areas where there's no BDO Unibank branches, in those areas, you can request your beneficiary to open a BDO Network Bank Kabayan Savings Account, because it's practically almost the same as BDO Kabayan Savings Account. So here are the benefits of BDO Network Bank Kabayan Savings Account. And to put it side by side, it's almost the same as BDO Kabayan Savings Account. It's just that the BDO Kabayan Savings Account has the third and second to the last points, which is eligibility to earn reward points, eligibility to enroll in free life and accident insurance, versus the BDO Network Kabayan Savings Accounts, which as of now don't have those elements yet. And now let me just expound further on the BDO remittance products and services. So again, we have these credit to BDO account, or if you're using a POSB or DBS account, you can see on the app, it's a transfer to account service. So that's the service actually wherein that you can avail where if you would like to remit money to your own BDO account. Okay, so for those who have their BDO account already, then you can, every time you remit money, you can avail of this service via DBS. Just choose the transfer to account, or if let's say you go to the branch, Lucky Plaza, you just tell them transfer to a BDO account, so they know what to do already. And the benefit is that the remittance to a BDO Kabayan Savings account especially is immediate and direct credit to your BDO account. So in that sense, yours or your beneficiary no need to carry huge cash anymore, no? And then your beneficiary can withdraw remittance anywhere, their remittance anywhere, anytime over the 2,000 BDO Megalink Express Desk BankNet ATMs across the Philippines. Okay, and then as well as Cash Agad outlets, which I will share more in the next slide. Okay, and then as I mentioned earlier, when you remit more and save more on your BDO Kabayan Savings account, you will qualify in free life and accident insurance. So we also have Cash Agad service. This is a service that allows ATM card holders in the Philippines, no, to withdraw cash and do balance inquiry through our partner agents in the Philippines. Okay. Ideally, the Cash Agad partners are located in remote areas where there are no ATMs, no, so that your beneficiaries with BDO ATM or BDO accounts, right, can withdraw at those Cash Agad partners, no, without having to go to the city without having to go to travel to an ATM, which is might might be troublesome for them, especially now it's COVID. No? The Cash Agad, our Cash Agad partners are very beneficial to those remote areas where there are no ATMs. Of course, not just BDO ATM. If they have any Philippine ATM, they can also withdraw money at Cash Agad partners. In Singapore, it's like the SoCash here. So just to give you an idea of the Cash Agad service in the Philippines. Okay. So again, as part of BDO Remit's products and services, we have the cash pickup. For those without bank accounts, they can actually, your beneficiary actually can get their remittances at the payout channels in front. As you can see, BDO branches, BDO Remit counters, inside SM malls, BDO Network Bank, accredited rural partners, pawn shops. Okay. And then, of course, BDO Remit is also delivers your remittances to other banks other than BDO bank accounts. So that's credit to other banks. And then we also have the Kabayan bills for your bills payment requirements and food remittance. If for bills, Kabayan bills bayad, of course, so that you can pay all your billers in the Philippines now while you're in Singapore, as well as order food remittance or order food like Jollibee and Max's for your loved ones in the Philippines, no, via BDO Remit. So as of now, the food remittance is available at our Lucky Plaza partners, especially at A Express at the second floor. So there. And then as an additional value-added service, we also have a free text or status inquiry for all your remittances via our remittance partners. No? So free text is where your beneficiary is notified when your remittance is already credited to their bank account, or when it's already available for collection at the cash pickup outlets. And then you can also track actually your remittances via our remittance partners through our website, as seen on the screen. And then just want to share with you the latest mobile app of BDO, which is BDO Pay, which allows you to send money, transfer money, request money, and pay straight from your bank account. Okay, so in Singapore, it's pretty much like a function of Pay Now. So there, that's BDO Pay. Maybe some of you would think, what's the difference between BDO Pay and our digital mobile app? So the digital mobile app is like your vault. No, if you talk about your financials, your jewelries, where you keep them, related to the mobile apps of BDO. The BDO digital banking mobile app is your vault. No, that's where all the services. It's a full suite of services where you can order checkbook, statements, things like that. Okay, that's the BDO digital mobile app. While BDO Pay is your wallet. No, it's like your wallet that allows you to make easy payments, fund transfers, things like that on a daily basis. So that's difference. That's a difference. All, of course, straight from your BDO bank account. With that, I'd like to end my presentation, and I'd like to encourage you to, take a photo of this slide in case you would like to connect with me rather, or for anything remittance and banking related to BDO. I'd be glad to assist you all. So there. And as promised, next to me would be Mr. Justin Galan, my colleague from our trust department, to give you more information on how you can grow your wealth more. so there. Again, thank you very much to everybody for listening, and keep safe, everyone, and God bless. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Alex. Alexis, I'll share my screen. Okay, let's share my screen now. Okay, I'll also share. Okay, let's share the sound. on full screen. Okay. Is the layout okay?
Yes, sir. It's okay po.
Okay. Sige. So I'll play the video, the PIA video, and playing it now.
One of my mentors in Aces and Queens taught me the 70-30 rule when it comes to saving. Always take a piece of the pie to set aside. So basically, you take 30% of your income for your savings and then the rest of it is for spending. And if you keep doing it, magugulat ka na lang na malaki na pala yung natabi mo. I wanted to let my funds grow apart from having some in my savings account. And BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. The Unit Investment Trust Fund or the UITF was the best choice for me. It only sounds complicated, but trust me, it's not. BDO keeps me informed and they give me advice. But in the end, I'm the one who decides, which is why I feel like I'm in control of my investments. I receive a statement regularly and I see the balance, lumalaki siya, I leave it alone and I let it do the work. It's something that I don't want to touch just yet. When the time comes though, that I know where to use it, it's there. My investments are growing while I'm still working and it gives me a lot of freedom and control, and that's an incredible feeling of security of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
All right. So invest now with BDO. So this is my first slide. No? So again, hi everyone. I'm Justin Galan and I'm here to talk to you about how PIA started her UITF investments with BDO. And of course, you can too. Okay? But first and foremost, what are UITFs? Diba? You've seen the video ni PIA and she was talking about UITFs as a form of investment. So basically, ang UITF is many investors, diba? Pinagsasama-sama nila yung funds nila, they put together their funds and they have BDO Trust manage it. Okay? So, para mas madali, eto. So, why UITFs? So, gumawa kami ng acronym. Okay? And since napagsabihan nga ako ng background niyo that you are, most of you or a lot of you are, or maybe all of you are engineers here, we created an acronym na talagang fit sa inyo, which is ENG period. O, di ba? So, ENG period. Okay. So, E, meaning easy to invest, N, network of investments, and G, goal-oriented. And of course, period. O, di ba? I'll get to the period later. O, so let's start with the letter E, ha? E, it's easy to manage. Meaning, yung investments nyo in UITFs are very, very affordable. So if you want to invest one time, lump sum, you can do so for 10,000 pesos or $500 or kung sa Japanese yen, pwede rin, 200,000 Japanese yen. O di ba? Very affordable. Ngayon, kung sa tingin nyo, medyo, naku, mabigat pa rin yan, Justin. Meron naman kaming tinatawag na installment style. Ang tawag dyan, easy investment plan. And I'm sure, for 1,000 pesos or $200, kayang-kaya nyo yan. O di ba? Very affordable. And since you may be too focused on your work and technicalities that sometimes you don't have time to start investing, no? Because I know ang mga engineers very busy yan, di ba? Nakita ko nga yung topics nyo, very interesting kahit sa mga bankero, no? Okay. So, for BDO, it's easy to invest. You can do this online or we even have this special plan which we call the easy investment plan na automatic ka nang nakaka-invest and nakaka-save. So, this is how the EIP works or the easy investment plan works. You choose an amount, you choose the frequency and schedule, then you choose the BDO UITF na bagay sa'yo. Okay, so that's letter E, ha? Punta tayo sa letter N. Letter N is network of investment. Ang ibig sabihin lang nito is that you gain access to a network of UITF investments, whether local or global. So you can choose the UITF funds based on yung risk profile mo or yung risk na kaya mong i-take. So for money market funds, These are mostly invested in short-term deposits, yan, short-term government or corporate bonds. So you have examples on your screen right now. For bonds, these are invested in government bonds and corporate bonds as well. For local equities, these are invested in shares of companies which comprise the Philippine Stock Exchange Index. For global equities, marami yan. Meron kaming US-based equities, meron kaming China-based equities, meron din Japan-based equities, and even yung global, yung talagang ano siya, all over the world, no? Kaya global. So that's letter N. Now, let's go to letter G. Ano yung G? This is goal-oriented investments. Meaning, there is a UITF available that can cater to your different investment goals. So for your peace of mind, kung gusto mo yung ano lang, di ba? Yung for emergencies, you can put your money in the peso money market fund. Yan ang tinatawag namin na emergency fund or liquidity fund. So any short-term needs mo, you can put it in either our money market fund or the short-term fund. All right? So for your family, ayan, okay? Or for your dream car fund, you can put it in your peso bond fund. Okay? So ito, medium-term needs naman to. So this is where your educational fund goals come in, family goals, travel fund, my personal favorite, and dream car fund. Okay? So yan, for medium-term needs, peso bond fund. Ngayon, kung medyo long-term naman, we also have what we call the equity index fund naman. So ito yung mga long-term needs like your dream house fund. Ngayon, kung nakaipon ka na meron ka ng bahay, syempre, meron naman tayong tinatawag na dream vacation house fund, di ba? Ngayon, kung meron na rin, pwede naman mag-prepare na for your retirement. So pwede itong retirement fund or wealth accumulation fund. Okay, so this is equities to, yung ating equity index fund. So that's the letter G in our ENG. All right? So, with the G comes the period. Okay. Basically, ang sinasabi ng period is, what are you waiting for? The time to invest is now. Okay? I'll give you an example lang, no? Why invest now? Here is an example that if you put your money in savings na 5,000 a month, nilalagay mo lang yan sa savings account, okay? At ang interest niyan, medyo generous pa to, no? 0.2% net, okay? At the end of 10 years, nakakahulog mo ng 10,000 sa savings account, 612,625 ang naipon mo. Pero kung ininvest mo yan, 5,000 na yan, nilagay mo sa isang equity fund, for 10 years, regularly 5,000 a month, ito ang makukuha mo, 868,500. So a difference of more than 200,000. And this is based on the 10-year compound annual growth rate ng ating Philippine Stock Exchange Index as of 2021. So you see the difference of saving and investing. Ang laki, di ba? Ayun. So again, no? So ENG, period. So invest now. Lalo na ngayon, pandemic, if you have the extra funds, I tell you, it's really the time to invest. Okay? Kasi long-term naman ang investing natin. Okay? So I'll end my presentation with this quote na nakaka-relate ako as a father. And I'm sure most of you can relate to this, being OFWs, being in Singapore, di ba? And being the ones who are the head of the family, who provides with the family. So a parent is one who sacrifices everything for the happiness of his or her family. So ayan, nakaka-relate talaga ako dyan. Because like you guys, I will do everything that I can para maganda ang future ng pamilya ko, ng dalawang anak ko. Alright? So again, I'll share with you a final video on how to invest in BDO via online. So here's the video.
Combined savings account, you will qualify and feel like
Right, that's it. That's it for us, Sir Alexis.
Yep. Thanks, Justin. Thank you so much. Nice presentation. Thank you, everybody, again for listening. For those who are interested, hopefully you got my details earlier. If not, please feel free to just reach out to Engineer Leia or Gov Arnie or Engineer Paolo, so that they can, tell me, give me your details so I can reach out to you. Again, thank you so much, and back to you, Engineer Jed. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, Sir Alexis and Sir Justine. I think there are questions. It is a chat box, pero because of the time, we really need to go na sa ating first session. You could answer if there are questions from the participants regarding the BDO. Ayan. Okay. So, again, thank you, sir, mga sir. Ayan. We will now proceed with the sessions natin. Ayun.
Thank you, Sir Jed.
Okay po. I'll just share my screen for a while po. There are questions. It is a chat box, pero because of the time, we really need to go na sa ating first session. You could answer if there are questions from the... Where is that coming from? Ala. Okay, wait lang po ah. Parang sumasabay yata tong live. Sorry. Okay, ayan. So muli po, magandang hapon po sa lahat ng mga kasama natin dito. Again, thank you for the BDO Remit for that wonderful presentation. Alam ko po na marami dito ang nag-iipon na or nangangarap para sa kanilang pangarap na bahay at sasakyan. At isa na ako syempre doon. At yan, andyan po ang ating mga kasama mula sa BDO. You could ask them questions if you need something regarding the remittance, regarding the trust funds, and etc. So saan ka pa? Punta ka na sa BDO because they find ways. Okay, so thank you everyone. So now let's proceed with our first session. Andito na po yung ating first speaker. So, to introduce our first speaker, we have here Engineer Jervy D. Dumdum, our Vice Governor for Education. Sir Jervy, andyan ka na po ba?
Yes, sir. Can you hear
hello,
my...
sir.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon po, Sir Jed. Salamat po. Fellow engineers, honorable resource speakers, IECEP SG officers, IECEP national officers, we have here our BOD Engineer Chris Andrew Trinidad, VIPs, Our partners from BDO, guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po. I hope everyone is doing fine and your families are safe and healthy. It's an honor to introduce to you our first speaker for today's webinar. Our speaker will be imparting his expertise in design thinking. He is not new to us because I think most of you may have known him from past events or webinars. He is the evangelist and head of public safety consulting, Public Safety Center of Excellence at NEC Asia Pacific. He leads teams in consulting engagement with strategic clients and is the domain expert for human-centered design thinking, explainable AI, ethics and governance, national digital ID for smart nations, and next-gen no-code enterprise information management solutions at NEC Asia Pacific. Now, he is a business mentor at the National University of Singapore, Institute of Engineering Leadership, providing coaching and mentoring to postgraduate and undergraduate students in a multidisciplinary learning environment. He was the CEO of IECEP Group of Companies and Senior Vice President and Head of Technology Transfer Network at A-Star Singapore. He holds a master's degree in business administration from the Golden Gate University of San Francisco, USA. Earned a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electrical and Electronics from the National University of Singapore, Graduate Diploma in Research from University of South Australia, Graduate Diploma in Marketing from the Marketing Institute of Singapore, and the inaugural AI Ethics and Governance certification from the Singapore Computer Society and Nanyang Technological University of Singapore. Without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to our resource speaker, Mr. Walter Lee.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. And I realize this is a Sunday afternoon, so really thank you for your time. So for the next 60 minutes or so, I will take about 50 minutes to share with you on human-centered design thinking. And then I will probably reserve about 5 to 10 minutes for any questions or any discussion that we may have. Okay, let me share the screen for right now. Just give me a second. Maybe the host can enable my, okay, let me try again, just a second. Thank you very much. Let me enable the audio. Okay. I'm sure you can see the full screen right now, right? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, we see it.
Thank you. So let me begin. Just a short introduction. As you are aware, I am from NEC Corporation. NEC has been around for about 122 years with about 115,000 employees. And we also have a sizable operations in the Philippines as well. In fact, I go to the Philippines quite often. Before the pandemic for sure. And we have about 27 billion US dollar revenue as of March 2021 globally. We also have spent about more than $1 billion a year US dollar in R&D. And that's who NEC is. In a nutshell, these are the R&D operations that we have globally. As you can see, we have 4 laboratories in Japan. We have laboratories in the United States, Europe, Israel, China, India, and last but not least, right here in Singapore, where some of you may be based. Some of you may be aware that NEC is very strong, of course, in biometrics. AI, that's what I just gone through my certification, professional certification for AI ethics and governance. And of course, we are also very strong in networks. For that reason, I'll be pleased to inform you that we have technologies that operate in space with satellites such as the Hayabusa 2. We have technologies that operate underwater. We install and operate the world's longest submarine cable system, for example. But right here on Earth, we are definitely very engaged on networks technology related to 5G in the Open RAN standard as well as a 5G core offering. So you can see NEC is a technologies company, and I am, as an introduction mentioned to you, I am an engineer before I move into marketing and business management. But at my core fundamental skill set is I'm a technologies and I'm an engineer. So today I'm glad to be with all of you here in this very important event of yours. Now, coming to design thinking is very interesting. I did some homework, right? And Philippines is not new to, no stranger to design thinking. For example, in the January 2020 article, many companies are looking at how to use design thinking to look at innovative solutions. And just a few years before, the government agencies even conducted design thinking workshop in Cebu Island, which I am delighted to be there for both business and pleasure. It's such a beautiful place, right? So the Philippines is no stranger to design thinking. And of course, Singapore, where many of you are based here today, has embraced design thinking. This is the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Hsien Loong, speaking at a seminar in the Singapore University Technology Division in Singapore University of Technology and Design in 2018. And he was advocating design thinking and explaining how design thinking is being adopted in Singapore to re-engineer Singapore. Just about 2 months ago, I was also speaking at SUTD on this very same subject of design thinking to the lecturers, the students, on how to move even faster forward on this. And of course, late last year, I was also in your annual your AGM meeting for all of IECEP, which I'm so glad to be part of the training and workshop. Now, NEC, of course, is a strong advocate of design thinking, and we got on to a very early head start with the consulting company called IDEO, which some of you may be familiar with. If you realize, NEC previously was very fervent in hardware products, PCs, desktops, servers, handphones. We decided to sell out many of these hardware products and move into software and solutions. But since the day of designing hardware and today of software and solutions, we are very much embracing design thinking, and I'll share with you some of our best practices in so doing. Now, we have gone one step further. We look at design thinking from the perspective of social value design. What is social value? So on the right-hand side is what we call the 7 themes for social value creation: quality of life, sustainable earth, safer cities, lifeline infrastructure, communication, industry ecosystem, last but not least, work style. And we are applying design thinking now to both user experience and social experience. And we call this entire thing now the social value design. So an example that I always give to my colleagues is that, so some of you are operating out of Singapore, you know, Singapore has this Trace Together app, right, for the COVID control. When you and I use it to check on our vaccine validity, it's just for ourselves, right? And so we call that the user experience, so how easy it is to use the app. Now, when we talk about now the changes in the rules, making it more possible for 5 of us to go for lunch or dinner together, then the original design of the app doesn't cater to the group of 5. It's still 1 person, right? So how does the app now relate to a social experience of 5 person going for lunch together? So I give you that example because the user experience for 1 person and the social experience for 5 is rather different. Right? As you know, the original app was designed for a single user and never meant for a community of users. So you can see the challenges and to navigate between user experience and social experience. So on the left-hand side is what I call what we are very familiar with about user experience. For example, talking about what you do when you go to office, healthcare or the aged person. And you're talking about designing wheelchairs, for example, for the aged person. It's called the usability of the product. But how does it relate to a social experience? So it goes beyond then a single user. So when you go beyond a single user, on the left-hand side here, we look at not just a company, but we look at the residents, the local governments, the human-centered design professional, the UX designer, sales, planning, developer, and so on and so forth. So when you look at a social design approach, you begin to look at many, many stakeholders and not just at a single user or end user. Of course, the methodology, which I'm going to discuss with you, is a process-oriented methodology. So you may involve field observation, interview, ideation, prototyping, and evaluation. So if in a nutshell, the concept of social value design combines design thinking and human-centered design, which I'll cover later on. Now, as we are all engineers, I want to say at the onset that design thinking is not a marketing concept, something that is a bit airy-fairy, but it's actually a very strong engineering concept. In fact, for human-centered design, there is a ISO guideline or standard, ISO 9241-210. So some of you who are in software engineering, that may be familiar with this. These ISO guidelines give you an entire human-centered design process that you and I must be fully aware of in designing software and solutions. So this is the ISO 9241-210 as of 2019. Take a look at it, right? So human-centered design is not just a conceptual thing, but it's a very engineering concept altogether. Now, I'm going to bring to you one step further. How, as I mentioned, we're incorporating human-centered design and design thinking together into one concept called human-centered design thinking. And there's something that is very easy for you to remember is your hearts, your head, and your hands. Okay, so with your heart, you empathize. With your head, you define an idea. And with our hands, we prototype and test. A question that a colleague of mine asked me, Walter, shouldn't it be one heart, one head, and two hands? How come we put hearts, heads, and hands? The reason is because design thinking is even more impactful when it's not just used for us sitting at a desk by ourselves, but it's used with a cross-functional team or with various stakeholders. So the impact of design thinking is amplified when you have multiple parties involved. Hence, it's not one heart, one head doing all the thinking, but it is all of us empathizing together, all of us thinking together, and all of us prototyping and testing together. Since we are engineers, we need a more linear-oriented way of representing it. I have shown you this because design thinking is technically non-linear. So I use this gearing representation to show that they are interlocked, but they are not actually linear. However, being good engineers, I'll show you a linearized version for ease of training, but in real life, we don't necessarily go through this flowchart in this way. Having said that, if you go through it in this flowchart, a lot of engineers will be very happy, right? Because it seems so logical. So you begin, for those of you who may or may not be familiar with the ideal 5 steps, they are the empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. I have moved it one step further to concretize it into hearts to empathize, heads to define, ideate, and hands to prototype and test. Then within each of these 3 vertical, I would say, there are 2 more buttons that you can deploy. And these are actually processes that are incorporated to our internal NEC training and certification process. How do you initiate and ignite a team? How do you inspire and innovate on plans and priorities? And last but not least, and how do you move into implementation and then iterate your plans with innovative products and projects? So this template I have here for some of my colleagues who are here today in this meeting as well for NEC, who has gone through the training and certification, you realize that this entire template is actually supported by processes and templates for detailed planning exercises internally with our product teams as well as with customers. This is actually our training and certification program that was rolled out last year, and this year we are rolling out further. We did it both in a physical environment as well as in a virtual online format, and these are all leaders in the team, senior VPs and VPs who were also participating actively in the entire training and certification. And then we do it both in an online environment with 2 hours of virtual section and a half-day on-site training workshop. So we are actually training and our teams on it and actually practicing it even as we speak. So on an online version, yeah, the team actually used, for example, one of the tools called Miro to develop empathy maps, customer journey mapping, and service blueprint, which I will share with you in the next few minutes. Now, take out your handphone. Okay, I'm sure some of you may say, Walter, you're going very fast. Not to worry. You use a handphone, you click on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, the QR code, take a picture. You will download for you these two very useful documents. One is from the UNDP Global Center for Public Service Excellence, a wonderful white paper on how design thinking is used for public service excellence and case studies. On the right-hand side, for some of you who need to immediately take away with a process guide, here you go, this is from Stanford, right? So Stanford and IDEO were the early pioneers and founders and current advocates of design thinking. Click on this QR code with your camera, you will download the entire process guide directly into your mobile phone. All done? Okay, if you're all done, I'm going to move forward right now. So for example, I mentioned to you that there are very good ways of doing research, right? This is one process called poems. It's from a design thinking guidebook. And in these poems are questions that you can use in customer survey or interviews. And the questions are developed into 5 verticals: people, objects, environment, messages and media, and last but not least, services. And the set of questions, example questions, are listed there for ease of use, so that you can use some of these standard questions if you wish to. But if you want to use other sort of questions, you may do so as well. Okay. And some colleagues ask me, Walter, can we do focus group research? How do I conduct focus group research? We do have a training to guide people on how to do interview and discussion guide. And it is an approach including showing, thinking aloud, drawing, and being specific. So I'm just sharing you some of these standard templates that are extremely useful as you embark on the empathy stage, right? The heart's passion and purpose. Having said that, this is one of the most popular template and tool that any good design thinking engineer would need to know and need to use. It's called the empathy map. And right in the center of this empathy map is the representation of the user. So for example, if you're talking about 5G, for example, use of a 5G, what I call the handphone, the latest 5G handphone. So the user would be a handphone user. And there are 4 quadrants: what he or she says, thinks, feels, and does. And this 4 quadrant is actually concise summary of the survey results that you have obtained or the focus group interview that you have obtained. And then you'll be able to fill out what the user is thinking, feeling, doing, or saying. And there's a reason why you do that, because after that, you're going to go into the next stage called the customer journey mapping. And on customer journey mapping, you see on the left-hand column here, it's the same doing, thinking, feeling, saying it, and so forth, right? But now I have a period. I have a during the usage of the handphone, before using the app on the handphone, for example, and then after I've completed the app on the handphone. Another way to look at it is that in our design, there's always a risk that we only focus on the usage portion of it. That means at the time of using an app on the handphone, during. And that doesn't give us a lot of creativity if we don't understand the various stages of the user experience even before he used the app pre. So let me explain. So for example, in the COVID Trace Together app, for example, that some of you may be using. During is whereby we come to office and we use the Trace Together app and take a picture of the QR code. Pre is before we come to the office, right? You got to make sure your ART is done and everything. So there is a pre-stage before you come to office. Post is after you've gone from office and you get out of office. Otherwise, I got post. While you are supposed to check out of your Trace Together app, right? So the idea of a customer journey map is to make sure that as engineers, we are not silo-based. We're not looking at one particular part of user experience. We're looking at multiple stages. And 3 columns here is just a representation. In fact, in real customer journey mapping, it can be 5 columns, it can be 6 or more columns. And then right at the bottom here are what I call opportunities of innovation. So as we capture the customer journey map, we are then able to capture the possible disruption or innovation ideas that we may have. Next is called the creative metrics. Creative metrics is one step further, whereby we are able to differentiate customer segments. So for example, if you're using a Trace Together app, coming to the office for access control into your office, what are the possible customer segment? Well, customer segment 1 could be your office workers, you and I going to office. Customer segment 2 could be visitors. It means they are not the office worker. They are people visiting your office, for example. Customer segment 3 could be your contractors, people coming for to clean up the place. They are not necessarily your workers, but they are contractors coming to your office environment. So creative metrics allow you to segment your customer further. And the category 1, category 2, category 3, 4, 5 are your category of features, be it of your solution or your product that you're trying to design. So the idea of creative metrics is to allow you to become very, very specific. What are the features that are relevant to specific customer? And then you can use these blocks in different way. You can use a high, medium, low, which is what I often do, to explain whether the feature functionality of one is more important, one segment or the other segment. Another very important tool that is useful is called the Eisenhower Decision Matrix or the Prioritization Matrix. Here there are 4 quadrants. On your left is what they call urgent, on the right is the non-urgent. And then on the top row is important, bottom not important. So when something is important and urgent, you do it now. When something is not so important but still urgent, you delegate. It means as a team, right? You need somebody in the team to do it, but it may not necessarily be you. Then on the top right-hand column, something that's important, not so urgent, you can prioritize. It means make certain decisions, plan it out so that you can get the things done, but not necessarily all done on day 1. And last but not least, also very equally important, if something is not so essential and not so urgent, and you have limited resources, don't do it. Just get out of it. Right? So these are very important. The 4 Ds here, right? Do it now, delegate, decide, or delete. Last but not least, we come to what is called the service blueprint, whereby we change the customer journey map, right, into customer touchpoint right at the top. Is a green zone. So for example, if I'm using the access control app coming to the office, right at the top will be when I am interfacing with the kiosk, for example, that allow me to come into the office, or the facial recognition device that allow me to come to the office. The blue zone is actually everything that me as a user could see and everybody who's interacting with me. So for example, the receptionist who is at the office interacting with me, he or she will be considered the front stage staff action and using the tools to support me, for example. Then as engineers, you're aware, wow, there's a lot of things going on behind the scene that the customer or the end user do not see. And that is called the backstage. So this could be some of us, we are working at call centers or services, doing managed services to ensure that your local area network is running, the server room is running. So the gray area here is all the very, very important processes and tools you must be in place, but the end user do not see. So this is an extremely important tool because innovation occur at both the green zone, the blue zone, and the gray zone, not just only at the green zone. Are you with me? Now you notice that I've gone through a lot of processes and templates. Not to worry, I'm going to show you how do we actually use these processes and templates into a real innovation product or solution that we're doing, so you can see how the processes are actualized into real projects. Last but not least, this is a very useful tool. Some of you may already be using it. It's called the $100 vote for prioritization. The approach here is that instead of, so these are features and functionalities on the left-hand side, for example. Instead of telling someone, hey, can you please list down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are your most important functions and features, you don't do that. Instead, you say, I give you $100. You put your $100 into each of these buckets. Now, a question that I've often, well, why do we do this? Why don't we do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And the reason is this: in real life, we don't work in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In real life, you and I have a limited amount of time or budget given by the project team, for example. And with that limited budget, you've got to work on your project, right? Be it insourcing or outsourcing. So in reality, you have a limited resource, which is the right-hand side. And you've got to allocate that limited resource to deliver on certain features and functionalities you have. So this $100 vote for prioritization is the closest resemblance to the real life decision making you're going to make daily, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So that's why this is a much more flexible tool that reflects the real environment that you and I operate in. Now, a question that many software engineers and software developers ask me, Walter, what about the software development life cycle? You know, is it similar to design thinking? It is not identical, not the same, but they are related, meaning that software development cycle can get a lot of benefit from having a very design thinking oriented approach. So design thinking doesn't exist on its own, independent of other processes. Whatever other processes that you have remains in place, but design thinking is the entire framework to take you through all the other solution too. So for example, this is one representation from the consulting firm Gartner, which some of you may be familiar with. They chose to represent, for example, lean startup, agile, and design thinking in this concept. So design thinking actually covers everything. But the idea is that when you look at the prototyping and testing, you begin to use more tools from lean startup and agile. But in the early stage, you may use more tools from the design thinking. Having said that, design thinking encompasses the entire product life cycle. Okay, with that in mind now, I'm going to show you an example, okay? How we use design thinking to design new solutions for 5G. And in this short video, you're going to see two persona, that means two empathy map that we create, resulting in two persona, and how the customer journey map of these two persona is like. Are you ready? Okay, let's do it. Watch this.
5G is now. We're in a world where massive data flows in real time between the physical and the virtual, and fast, intelligent connectivity enabled by 5G will create significant economic and social value. The way we work, live, and play will change dramatically. Driving this change is the value chain innovation of industries that will realize a continuous personalized experience for people. In other words, a new value journey. This is the future that we envision with NEC Smart Connectivity. Let's take a look at how this future may look like. Here we see Nick on his way home from work. As 5G networks connect to other forms of connectivity solutions, cars will become just another connected device, and its ownership will shift to shared mobility.
Hello, Nick.
Hi.
Will you be going to the stadium today as planned?
Yeah, I will.
We will arrive in 34 minutes. You'll have time to settle down in your seat before the games begin.
By continuously sensing real-time traffic, a stable optimized traffic management can be achieved. One day, we may even see roads without traffic lights. Will pedestrians be safe? Yes, they will. Because on these roads, people are the top priority. And 5G will also change how we shop.
I want some new tennis shoes for Ella and myself.
Okay, how about some high-performance clay soles to match next week's court?
Sounds great. And I want the color to be Ella's favorite.
Shall I have them delivered when you get home?
Thanks. Could you place the order?
Certainly.
In the field of manufacturing and logistics, dynamic changes to the delivery processes will make possible a flexible production of a larger variety of products in smaller quantities. Production lines will make rapid adjustments. And goods seamlessly delivered to the customer when and where it is needed. Meanwhile, Ella is at home. IoT sensors can track your condition, so depending on your vitals and preferences, meals can be prepared using ideal ingredients.
I'd like to have dinner at the stadium.
Today, I recommend a dinner with fish and seasonal vegetables.
Okay, that sounds wonderful.
It will contain optimal vitamins and minerals to match your condition.
Food traceability from production to delivery ensures food safety and quality.
And do you agree to opt in and share your digital ID with the new catering service to place the order?
Yes, I agree.
And we can choose to share personal information so that personalized services can be enjoyed.
Your chef for today will be Chris.
Okay, Chris. Looking forward to some amazing food.
Ella, you need to start work in 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Work as we know it will also change. Take construction. Regardless of gender and age, skilled workers can operate construction machinery remotely from home. People can focus on where human sensitivity and creativity are needed.
I have shaped the slope, so it's ready for the next procedure.
Procedure initiated.
And autonomous machines will enable remote 24-hour construction.
Your bus to the tennis stadium will be coming in 4 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
As autonomous buses become more common, it will be the people's mobility of choice. Stadiums with 5G connectivity will elevate spectator sports experience. And by efficiently linking authenticated data over the network, delivery of goods directly to the customer when and where it is needed can be achieved. And when watching sports, AR adds to the experience with 5G and high-performance edge computing. Imagine being able to take a close look from multiple angles in real time. After an exciting game, you don't want to be caught in a traffic jam, do you? Don't worry. Public transport will be dispatched flexibly to adapt to people's schedule, so Nick and Ella are able to head home hassle-free. While in urban cities, public transport will be integrated into an efficient logistics network, carrying goods or people. The sharing economy will enable optimal delivery suited to the time and destination.
Nice shoes. Thank you, Nick. It will make me even better.
One day, I'll get to win over you.
Really?
5G is the key connecting the physical and the virtual, allowing unlimited data to circulate through ultra-fast uplink and downlink. NEC technologies integrated with 5G can enable highly secure, innovative services beyond what we've just seen. NEC Smart Connectivity.
Orchestrating a brighter world. NEC.
So there you have it. You can see that there are two personas, right? Nick and Ella. The customer journey experience from home, going to work, and then going to an event in a stadium. Then there is also the social experience. Nick and Ella coming together for dinner and so forth. So as you can tell, right, how we innovate new solutions is not to focus on the technology, but is to focus on a human-centered design thinking process. So when I talked to you earlier about empathy map, about understanding the feeling, the doing, the thinking of the end user, and a customer journey mapping, what the customer is doing at every stage of the way to discover innovation ideas that was described in this ideation video. That is how technologies that you and I are like can design new solutions that is not focused on technology, but focus on the human experience for individual users like Nick and Ella and their social experience as they journey through life together. So you can see how design thinking is being applied. Now, you may say, oh, Walter, that is just a video ideation. We went beyond that. That video ideation is merely a summary of the actual real projects that we work on. So whatever you saw on the video will actually realize in a lot of our new innovative proof of concept, minimum viable product, and even projects that we talk about. Virtual and augmented reality with 5G, controlling remote machinery with virtual reality and augmented reality using 5G. And of course, as I mentioned to you, below on a gray line, how to make sure all these technology work. We are pushing ahead with open radio access network so that it's software configurable and able to scale as more and more users use it. So whatever you see in the ideation video that I mentioned to you were anchored on a human design thinking approach. And whatever you saw there is then prototype projects, pilots, tests into the real world environment. So we do project prototyping and pilots into the many use cases that I mentioned to you earlier. And then we do real life projects, not just in the lab, but out there in the public. So for example, in Japan, the ideation of using 5G and smart glasses, for example, for safety and security. And we did a project with Docomo, as well as the security company called ALSOK, ALSOK in Japan. And we translate that into actual framework. So that project involved this entire deployment, including a 5G standalone station. Why I want to show you this? Now, it's very important to be human-centered. Nonetheless, as engineers, you notice you must make it work, right? So engineers, our job is to look into such operational detail to make it work. Then, of course, beyond that, from a prototype on the left, we are able to deploy it into a real-world environment. We are also able to then pivot the solution for medical use cases of using 5G, for example. Now, I use 5G as an anchor discussion because it just shows you the continuum of innovation that can occur with one basic technology. Now, you may say, Walter, it's very nice and good using design thinking approach to develop personas of end user, but my kind of product is not B2C, not business as consumer. I'm involved in the engineering work on solutions that are B2B. How is design thinking relevant? Here, I'm going to show you a third persona. And it's not a consumer. It's actually a manufacturing plant manager. Are you with me now? So now I'm looking at a B2B kind of solution environment. How do I use design thinking to have empathy for example, with a manufacturing plant manager, and therefore to be able to imagine and innovate solutions that will make his life better. Watch this.
The accelerating digitalization, declining labor force, and diversifying market needs. The manufacturing industry is undergoing tremendous transformation. What is the vision of manufacturing that we should aspire towards in the future? Manufacturer N is making a move toward improving conditions in their factory with the support of NEC. What kind of smart factory has Manufacturer N realized 10 years from now? Why don't we interview the factory manager and find out? Chief, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please tell us about the smart factory that Manufacturer N realized in 2030.
Of course. The factory we built is capable of handling mass customization. We've completely eliminated overtime and stress-inducing operations that were serious issues 10 years ago.
In what ways has the factory changed?
The factory changed in two major ways. First of all, the concept of the production line has changed completely. We can now manufacture a wide variety of different products without changing the production line, layout, or worker allocation. This has helped reduce overtime significantly. Take a look at this production line. Each of the AGVs autonomously judge the parts and equipment that are required for production, which they then pick up and deliver to an open workstation. At the workstation where the equipment and parts are delivered, autonomous robots swiftly begin to build the products. Secondly, work style has also changed. Remote operation enables real-time remote control of operations from a comfortable location. For instance, workers no longer need to visit hazardous locations, but can now check on operational status in real time from the office. Stressful and strenuous operations can also be conducted from a safe and comfortable environment.
It seems you have successfully created a comfortable environment for the workers.
This monitor room is also connected to the factory overseas, allowing us to check operational status in real time.
Thank you, Chief. So there you have it. 10 years from now, the manufacturing industry has undergone a dramatic transformation. Besides 5G, NEC will use AI, robots, IT, and OT to fully support customers in realizing smart factories.
Orchestrating a brighter world, NEC.
So there you have it. This is about business solutions, innovative solutions, B2B, to support smart factories in the future. And how do we go about doing it? We have to interview the manufacturing plant managers that we are going to support. So this ideation video that you see is not an engineer imagining at its desk what the customer will need, but going through a design thinking approach to understand the kind of problems manufacturing plant managers are facing today, and then be able to look at opportunities throughout their customer journey experience. And in this case, the customer being a manufacturing plant manager. So design thinking is not just useful for designing end user product, but it is applicable. Today, I've just shown you it's applicable for B2C product, it's applicable for B2B products. In fact, perhaps in another occasion, I'll show you how design thinking can be applied to policies and procedures in transforming organizations and not just products and solutions. So that is the power of design thinking. Having said that, right, you notice that I have gone to show you that design thinking can solve many layers of design thinking challenges. So from a 5G experience perspective, we've gone now into implementing solutions at citywide levels. So in this case, in Germany, in March 2021, we work on a 5G system for next generation mobile services for a city in Germany. Beyond that, Another example of how we then go up to the city level is Barcelona, Spain. Again, another pilot of 5G solution for Barcelona. Another example, in United Kingdom, Liverpool, we have also deployed a 5G network for smart city services. Why am I showing this? So design thinking is not just applicable for end user products, it's applicable for B2C, B2B products, and then you can translate it upwards into societal solutions, such as smart city solutions that I mentioned to you about. So the entire process of journey can be incorporated and using a very strong human-centered design thinking approach from the beginning all the way to the end, and you keep iterating. Last but not least, we have also collaborated with other parties, right? I mentioned to you that design thinking is not just for ourselves. We can use it to collaborate with other stakeholders. So this was our partnership with AWS for collaboration of 5G and digital government using a cloud environment. I'm exactly at 50 minutes before I come to the Q&A. I'm going to show you, I've shown you design thinking applied to B2C environment with two personas, which is Nick and Ella. Design thinking applied to the business environment or industrial sales environment, which some of you are in, to the smart factory. Last but not least, I'm going to show you design thinking as applied to how we transform our organization, even during such time as a pandemic. So this video is going to show you how NEC then applied innovation to transform ourselves in the midst of pandemic. Again, now the persona has changed from customers to customers plus our very own employees coming to the office. That's why I give you the example of employees, contractors, and all that coming to the office environment. Watch this.
As the world goes through increasingly extreme and rapid changes, so do the needs of NEC's customers and employees. In order to excel in this ever-evolving landscape, it is vital for NEC to maximize the potential of our employees while adapting to their needs and preferences. Designed to be frictionless, NEC solutions empower NEC employees within our premises, allowing them to work and operate smarter. This drives seamless integration between various touchpoints, such as endpoint devices, meeting spaces, and retail outlets. NEC is creating an environment which allows ideas to flow freely, encounters to happen naturally, and synergies to develop organically. These initiatives drive the fusion of physical and digital environments, allowing for countless work combinations in real or remote settings. It is also NEC's responsibility to ensure that employees feel safe and secure at all times. By having a transparent view of key touchpoints across the building, employees are able to optimize their physical movements through the day. These solutions will also extend to NEC's guests, allowing them to enjoy a higher level of personalization and safety. NEC is creating a workplace which adapts to the needs of its 100,000 group employees. A workplace which allows for a personalized experience across physical and digital realms will ensure that employees work safer and smarter. NEC iDelight utilizes NEC's cutting-edge biometric and digital identity solutions to deliver a safe, seamless, and secure experience for employees and customers alike.
Orchestrating a Brighter World, NEC.
So you notice in all the 3 ideation videos that I just shared with you, the focus is always on the human experience, but not a human experience of using a single product at a single point in time that we as engineers are often very caught up with, but the human experience or the social experience throughout the day in the life or customer journey, in the case of Nick and Ella, in the case of the smart plant manager, and last but not least, in the case of you and I going to work every day. And then the solutions and the opportunities that we innovate support our human experience and our human journey throughout our life. So that, in a nutshell, is what a human design thinking approach is. Not about features and functionalities, but about our human-centered experience and how the solutions then are able to support our wonderful journey throughout the day. I'm going to conclude right now. Take out your handphone. You may say, okay, Walter, how do I get about doing it, right? Other than those wonderful templates, are there tools that I can download? On the left-hand side, capture the QR code. That is an open source network called the Interactive Design Foundation. So a lot of the materials on the design thinking approach, even some of the templates are available for you to use from this open source location. Some of you don't even want to use PCs, you want to use a handphone. On the right-hand side is an Android app that you can install. You click the QR code, it will activate your, my apologies, they do not have an iOS version, but they may have soon. Once you download that QR code, go and you will download the app, you have a set of design thinking templates available for you to use immediately. So get going. Design thinking is extremely flexible and powerful. The secret is not in design thinking, but the secret is in design doing. So design thinking is not a thinking process, but it is a process that involves your hearts, your head, and your hands. So the feeling, the thinking, and the doing. With that, let me pause here first, unshare the screen, and we have about 5 minutes for questions. Back to you and back to the chair. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Walter Lee. We've learned a lot from you today. We're very happy. Okay, I would like to know if you would like to have a break before we proceed to the question and answer.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine to have the Q&A so that the rest of the people can get going too. Not to worry.
Okay, thank you. So if you have questions, everyone, if you have questions, please use or please utilize the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Then type your questions there, or you could use the chat box if you have any questions for Mr. Walter Lee. Okay, I'll just share my screen. All right, maybe our participants are still typing in their questions. We are all 99 participants here today. Maybe while they are while they are typing in their question, I have a question, sir. Do you think it is good for engineering students to learn the approach of design thinking?
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Yeah, the
Yes,
answer
sir.
is totally relevant. That's why I'm so glad to participate in your meeting today. And in fact, I show you the Prime Minister of Singapore speaking. That is actually at the Singapore University of Technology and Design to, of course, all engineering students. So it is totally relevant. And as you know, the word engineer, right, is actually about how we think and how we innovate in order to create new solutions. And design thinking, therefore, will be totally relevant for not just the engineering students, but practitioners like you and I. So totally relevant and totally useful for us to learn this skill set.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir Jed?
Yes, sir. I could hear you, Sir Paulo.
Yes, sir, if I may. Good afternoon, Sir Walter. Yeah, I have a live question. Yeah. Actually, when we are implementing design thinking methodology, right? I'm just wondering, in your opinion, what is the more appropriate project management methodology that is applicable for the design thinking? Because I believe design thinking, as you mentioned, is not a linear process, right? So would waterfall project management is applicable for design thinking, or it's just basically more applicable with agile?
Paula, excellent question actually. And of course, as you went through the discussion earlier, intuitively, right, we would realize, wow, design thinking is extremely useful, especially now we are embracing an agile approach, right? And lean startup approach. The answer is yes. Having said that, interestingly enough, design thinking approach started much earlier, right, in the 1990s. And that's before agile concept came along. In those days, a lot of things was waterfall oriented. However, then I realized that I dig further and I realized that that was not 100% accurate as well. What happened was that in the 1990s, design thinking was more focused on product design. Are you with me? That means usabilities, right? And then in the usability approach, right, they actually already adopted a prototyping approach. So it was already a very agile approach. So what has happened is that now design thinking has gone much earlier into the process. And at the same time, the world, because of cloud computing and so forth, has begun to adopt more agile kind of project management tools. So you can see that both are converging. So having said that, it's applicable both for waterfall, complex project, kind of project management, as well as agile. But because everyone is moving more into the agile environment, that's why I show you the diagram, right, of how design thinking and agile processes come together. So the answer is that because our new requirements are moving very agile, thankfully a design thinking approach fits it very well. I hope that answers your question, Paula.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir Paulo. Do we still have questions from the participants? I think the discussion is very clear, sir. And they are not asking any questions right now.
Thank you so much for your time. And I really enjoyed the fact that all of you are practicing engineers. And
actually, Sir Walter, if I may add, just a side note, you remembered our EAGM last November 28th,
yes.
the one that you participated in. Basically, during that time, there was no how to say, not much question that was asked on the session, but behind the scene, people are actually asking me if they could invite you to talk in their organization. So I told them we just have to queue, because my client is very busy this next few months. So maybe next time we will be extending another invitation, but probably from other organizations or other chapters.
Pleasure. And it's a good way to start 2022, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
so glad to meet all of you. Many of you are based here in this region in Singapore, but I'm more than delighted to go to Melilla or Cebu soon when the pandemic requirements are reduced, right? We need to travel again. And that's why I notice in all the solutions we're innovating, it includes how we can have a touchless environment. So thank you, Paula, and thank you for everybody for this wonderful opportunity to interact and meet with you. Have a very good event and hope to catch up with you guys once again very soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, thank you. So please do not leave. We will just give you a certificate, or we'll present to you a certificate of our appreciation. I'll just read it. Okay, for a while. Yeah. Okay, the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Singapore chapter, with great appreciation for imparting his valuable insights, inspirations, and endless support to the members of the Institute in the 2-hour webinar, special membership meeting, and actualized ideas webinar, Human-Centered Design Thinking Framework, held on the 9th day of January 2022 is hereby awarded to Mr. Walter Lee, our technical resource speaker. Signed by Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, our governor, and Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas IV, our president. Again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank
I
you.
will I will request everyone to please turn on your camera for this photo opportunity. Ayan. So this is a very kumbaga bihira in Tagalog, in English. How do you translate it?
A rare opportunity.
Rare opportunity. That's a good term. Okay. So everyone in the panelist room, kindly turn on your camera and we will have this photo opportunity. Okay. So I think that's everyone. I'll count to 3 and then I'll take the photo. Okay, let's smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you very much, Sir Walter. We hope to see you again next time soon. And also here in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best. Thank you. Have a good event. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, sir.
Sir Jed, nakamute ka.
Ayan. Oh, sorry. I am muted. Ayan. So, ayan mga kaibigan, tapos na ang ating first speaker. Pero bago yan, syempre, hindi ito yung pinaka-iniintay nyo. Yung ating, ayan, evaluation form. You can now access the evaluation form by using your phones or and capturing that QR code, and then you can enter you could now answer the evaluation quiz form for this first session. Ayan. So napasabak po tayo sa English kanina. Biro lang. Okay. So I think my colleagues also here will post the link para sa mga nahihirapan pag-capture ng evaluation form. May I request if you have the link po, mga sir, ma'ams here in the panelist room. If you have the access to the link, ayun, kindly share it also to our participants. Ayan. So I'll be the one na lang na makikita nyo dyan. Tinanggal ko na yung ibang mga nandito sa screen. Okay. So I'll give you a few more seconds to access. Ayan. Na-share na yung link. So okay. Maybe that's already all right na binigay yung link dyan. We could proceed na for our next sessions since our next speaker is already here. Okay. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the IECEP Singapore webinar, our very first free webinar of the year 2022 in partnership with BDO Remit. And we present to you actualized ideas, design thinking, plus 3D printing and rapid prototyping, and special membership meeting with Mr. Walter Lee and Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas IV. And this is from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. today. So before we proceed with our next session, let me remind you again of our house rules. So number 1, find a quiet place and secure a stable internet connection so you can focus on the session. Should you get disconnected while the session is in progress, please reconnect or please join soon as possible. Okay, and then for the second house rule, please use your full name so that we could properly identify you. Utilize the rename feature on Zoom to change your display name. And then the next, be an attentive participant. Unless requested by the moderator, always turn off your webcam and mute the audio of your microphone. Else you may type in your topic-related questions via the Q&A or the chat box. Number 4, be respectful and courteous in speaking, writing, and appearance. Steer clear from asking too personal questions or non-subject related questions. And no spamming of the chat box, please. And then kindly accomplish the attendance quiz evaluation form, which you could see right now in our chat box, and which will be given after the Q&A session. And and remember, no form completion, no certificate. And then lastly, keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar. So, ayun po. Sabi nga ng mga kasama ko dito, masarap magkape ngayong mga oras na ito. So, kamusta po kayo dyan? Nagkakape po ba kayo? Ayan, this is a very good Sunday afternoon if you are in this side of the world. So, kung may mga nandun sa kabilang banda ng mundo, and I don't know, I'll just greet you good morning and or good evening. Ayan. All right. So, without further ado, I would like to call on Engineer Paulo R. Laguna, our Secretary General, to introduce our second speaker.
And thank you, Sir Jed. Okay, before I introduce our next speaker, let me just thank first yung partners natin to bringing you this event. I would like to thank BDO Remit, Sir Alexis and Sir Justin for joining us in this event. And actually, with the start of this 2022, you will be seeing a lot of them sa mga susunod pa nating mga events. Kasi when we invite people to help us, actually hindi natin sila tinitingnan as sponsors, we are looking at them as actually partners. So for this, at least for this whole year, start natin 1 year muna, no, Sir Alexis. So at least for this full year of 2022, you'll be seeing a lot from them. You'll be hearing a lot from them. Okay, and I would also like to thank Sir Walter again for obliging in our invitation to come back to discuss this very interesting topic sa design thinking. And yung design thinking, actually para makumpleto niyo yan, meron yung portion ng workshop kapareho nung nabanggit niya kanina. At yun yung ginagawa namin actually sa NEC Asia Pacific. Okay? So hopefully kapag tayo nagkaroon na ng chance na pwede nang mag face to face ulit, we will revisit that, and probably pwede na rin nating i-implement yung workshop part ng kanyang program sa design thinking. Okay? So kanina pinag-usapan natin how we can come up with the idea, how we can come up with a good design, no? And na-discuss din doon, a part of coming up with a good design is not just the conceptualization, rather kailangan ma-realize siya, ma-actualize siya. So this next topic will actually show us one of the methods how we can actualize those ideas that we have generated. Okay? To introduce our next speaker, no? I believe kung kayo nagpo-follow sa mga event natin dito sa Singapore, nakita niyo na siya before. And actually itong tandem nila ni Sir Walter is one of the most parang praised, no? If I may use the word, no? One of the most praised or appreciated tandems nung nakaraang AGM natin. Kasi sabi nga napaka-chill nung nung discussion nila. Kaya binalik natin ulit, no? So welcome to your chill Sunday afternoon tambay, no, with IECEP SG. Okay? So our next speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the University of Santo Tomas. from 2003, and on the same year he obtained his ECE license from the PRC. He also holds a Master of Science in Engineering for Project Management with honors. Okay, he is a chartered engineer in the UK and also here in Singapore. He is a certified PMP and CSM. I believe this is the yung agile counterpart. No? So actually yung project management, and then he also did the agile from what I can see sa LinkedIn page na. No? This person, our next speaker, have had so many achievements already despite being kumbaga, if you ask, mabata pa siya, mas bata siya sa amin eh. Pero ang dami niya na kaagad na achieve, no? He has 18 years of experience in design, engineering, project management of industrial radio, telecommunications, security and safety systems. He was involved before sa mga oil and gas system integrator companies. Currently, he is involved with one of the major system integrators in engineering companies here in Singapore. He's currently the project manager for NCS Private Limited. Okay, he is also a member of the Singapore Amateur Radio Transmitting Society, and at the same time, he's a member of the Integrated Institute of Engineers in Singapore, or IES. Okay, so without further ado, let us call the next speaker, our very own IECEP Singapore Chapter President, Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas D6th. Okay, Sir JC, good afternoon po.
Thank you very much, Paolo, for the very nice introduction. And I'd like to also thank, first and foremost, the organizers of this event, especially our audience, our co-engineers. I also like to thank for our sponsor, our partner, basically BDO, for helping us organize this afternoon's event. Thanks, Paolo. Actually, I would also like to thank Jed for his introduction. I just don't want everyone to be confused, because Jose the Fourth is actually my great-grandfather. Yeah, so I'm actually the sixth. And I was actually counting, Paolo, I was actually counting my experience. Actually, it's 20 years now. 20 years now. Right now, I'm actually involved in assigned as the systems engineering manager for Thales. So it's a very good company with a project assigned to me as in the Philippines, Metro Manila Subway project. But right now, this afternoon, I will be focusing mainly on our core, I would say, idea of what we are supposed to bring about this afternoon, actualizing ideas. Okay, so earlier on, Walter introduced us with empathetic design thinking. Today, I will try to help you put those ideas to reality. So I'll be sharing my screen now. Okay, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Thank you very much. All right, so, okay. Today will be this afternoon we'll be discussing rapid prototyping, particularly on 3D printing. You know, the term rapid prototyping is actually a broad term. It consists of many things: putting together ideas, circuits, hardware, software. But this afternoon we'll be focusing on 3D printing. So I hope this is something that interests you, because what I'm going to discuss this afternoon is not, something that will intimidate, an ordinary person even, but rather I'd be discussing something here that you can actually try it for yourself. You can try it for yourself. I mean, you'd be able to obtain the knowledge and the tools very quickly. So I hope whatever I share with you this afternoon will be something that will be useful for you, not only personally, but you could actually bring these ideas to your work professionally. All right. So this afternoon, okay, so we'll be going through the course outline so that you'd be introduced to the flow of what we're gonna discuss. All right, so I'll be going through the introduction, what 3D printing is about. I think 3D printing has been with us for many years already, but it's nice to have another refresher. All right, and then I would be focusing on fused filament fabrication. It's a type of 3D printing that's most commonly used, by hobbyists and professionals. Okay. For 3D modeling, I will because 3D printing is just half of the problem or the knowledge that you need to obtain when you want to do 3D printing. Another important aspect that you have to be very familiar with is actually how to do that model, using a computer software, so that you can actually put your ideas to reality. You can actually test it. Okay. All right, and then lastly, I'll try to do some video and live demo of how to use the software. Unfortunately, I think the first time I did this with Paulo and all the others when before COVID, we were able to do some some live scanning, 3D scanning of the head, and Paulo here was our lab rat for that afternoon. I remember him sitting and then we were rotating him. But this afternoon, I'll try to bring that idea to you in a visual way. I'll introduce you with the software. Okay, and then I will have some time for question and answers. All right. For the introduction of 3D printing, we will go through some of the history, the technologies that we're using. I think it's also necessary for you to understand that the 3D printing is not, just entirely plastic. There are other materials and even plastics, right? There are many other types of materials that we are using, for 3D printing. Okay, and then of course I would want you to understand how 3D printing is actually applied practically. All right. Now, particular to FFF or fused filament fabrication, I'll be explaining to you the technique because it is important for you to understand the advantages and disadvantages of this method, so that you know how to create models that are effective in terms of not only the aesthetics of it, but also in terms of its integrity, its structural integrity, its strength. Okay. We'll go through, the parts. I'll explain how 3D printers are put together. Basic parts. It's good for you to understand these components because most of 3D printing is DIY. It takes a lot of patience and interest, really. And then later on, we will go through. I'll go through with you the steps in building up your models from software to what we call a layering or rendering in a software, so that you can actually convert it to what we call a G-code file, so that you can actually print it. And then I will explain to you what software we will be using, because it's not only one software for all. If you're thinking that there's one software for you to do model and printing, no, actually there are several software that you will need to use. Okay. 3D live scanning. I'll be showing to you some videos of how we do 3D scanning. All right. Okay. So for this actually is relevant to definitely for engineers and scientists. Will, of course, in the laboratory, there are many apparatuses that we use, and for, of course, experiments It's important for scientists to also know this, but this is just for your knowledge. If you want to be a hobbyist in this area, well, you're most welcome. I have many friends who, after I've introduced this topic to them, they became engrossed, and they are now hobbyists, and some are actually using this for business. Yeah. So for all of some of you here who are business minded, you could actually use what you learned this afternoon to actually do some business. Students, if we have students here, I believe in your school, in your schools, you are already doing this, and hopefully whatever I share with you would add up, to what your lecturers or professors are actually teaching you. This is very good for architects, when they're doing models, and artists. One of the key things here is that when artists use 3D printing to actually somehow test 3D ideas before they actually make it into something big. Artists actually use 3D printers. Doctors, you'll be surprised. Right now, 3D printing is used in the medical world for prostheses, and splints in orthopedics and in dentistry. So this technology is actually widely used now. So these are actually the audiences that we are aiming for this afternoon. But of course, we'll be focusing on the engineering side for this presentation. Right? Okay, so we'll go through the history of 3D printing. So that you think, maybe you think, oh, 3D printing is something new, something that has been going on recently, maybe half decade, or maybe a decade ago it started off. But let's see, let's try to understand the real timeline of 3D printing. Okay. Okay, 1981. Okay, the year I was born. Okay, so Hideo Kodama of Japan actually was the inventor of 3D printing, I would say. But the technology that he's using is using a thermoset photopolymer. It's kind of different from what we normally use now, using solid filaments. A photopolymer is similar to if you've gone through to your dentist, right, and then they put filling, and then they use what they call light cure, to actually harden the filling on the on your tooth. This is something similar. Later on, I'll be discussing more of this method to you. All right. And then in 1984, Chuck Hull invented stereolithography. Now, stereolithography is actually a concept in 3D printing wherein you are able to generate, using software and digitalization of a model, so that you could actually convert it into something that you could put into a machine as an instruction. All right. So later on, I'm going to explain to you what stereolithography is all about and how is it relevant in our 3D modeling and printing. Okay. 1988, okay, Scott Crump invents the fused deposition modeling method. Now, this is the widely used method of 3D printing now. Many of the commercially available and desktop 3D printers are the FDM or FFF, which we will be discussing more later on when we dissect, this technology. Okay. 1995. Now it was possible to actually 3D print metallic parts. So if you're thinking that 3D printers are just for plastics, well, we have technology to actually create metallic parts. And right now we do have technology, and we have manufacturers of 3D printers who are able to build 3D printed parts that can be used in airplanes, in engines even. This is how far we've gone through with our with this technology. Okay. So we call this technology DMLS, or direct metal laser sintering. Okay, later on I'll be going through with you what this DMLS is all about. Okay, and then lastly, NASA actually creates something, in 2013. They call it the Gigabot. Okay, they named it as a Gigabot 3D printer. They want to make it friendly because it's very affordable. So from the industry, now we were able to prove that it's possible to actually bring this technology to anyone, who has access to such resources without spending too much money. All right. So as you can see, well, that's about 30 years, right? 30 years ago, we already have this technology going on. Okay, so it's not recent. Okay, it's just that maybe not all, or not many. This not been marketed or made made famous by companies who are using them. But now everybody knows what this is. Okay, let's discuss what the most common 3D printing techniques we have in the industry. Okay, so earlier on I was explaining to you the inventor of 3D printing in 1981, Hideo Kodama. Okay, so this is actually the method that he introduced. Okay, so as you can see in this diagram that you see in your screen, right? The yellow portion is actually the resin or the fluid. Okay, and then if you look at it, you will see that there is actually a laser, okay, that actually shoots dots or photons of light to actually harden a layer. And then the platform, as what you can see on the right, actually goes down level by level until you can actually build your full model. Okay, so as you can see, it's fluid based, liquid based. Okay, and direct metal laser sintering uses powder, a metallic powder that is actually in a large machine. Okay, usually this machine is protected by an encasement. Okay, to prevent air or wind or other pollutants to actually go inside the machine. So what this does is to actually use metallic powder, and the machine spreads the powder layer by layer. And there's a there's a strong laser that shoots. Usually it uses infrared of high power to actually sinter or weld the powder, the metal powder together, so that you could actually create something solid. So it does this layer by layer until the full model is actually is built up. Yeah. And lastly, we do have fused filament fabrication, FFF, or fused deposition filament technology. Okay, so here what we have is actually a spool of the material. Okay, as you can see from the diagram or the picture here, which is actually extruded to a hot piece of metal, so that it actually is it becomes liquid, and then it's built, layer by layer. It hardens very quickly, but this technology allows using a strand of plastic to create whatever we could put into a model. And but later on, I'm going to explain to you some limitations, when you're doing your 3D model, because not all 3D models could actually easily be done using FFF. One thing you have to understand, one concept you have to understand when you're using FFF is like creating a building. So when you're making a building, you start from the bottom, you go up. Okay, so if your model has some sort of extrusion, okay, then the machine or the software actually must create something what we call a scaffold, okay, or support. The software does that. Later on, I'll explain that to you. Those supports are actually removable. Later on, I have an example showing you some of these supports being inside the model when you're actually printing them. And then it's important that you should know that once you print out, it's not always ready. So there has to be some sort of post-processing that you have to do on your 3D model. Okay, so this is a 3D printing techniques most commonly used in 3D printing. Okay, so let's talk about 3D printing materials. Okay, so for polymerization, okay, or what we call a selective laser sintering, this machine that you see on your screen is actually one of the most famous ones, Duplicator 7. It's a very small desktop 3D printer, that uses a resin. Okay, so your photopolymer printer uses different types of resins. Okay, so if you use a standard resin, it has a smooth finish, but it's kind of brittle. So normally this is used for creating displays or toys, not mainly to have structural loads, or supports used for it. Okay, and then we do have, if you want a nice model that is transparent and smooth, there's a clear resin that you can use. Okay, so this is a transparent material, but will require still some post-processing. Okay, because it will, this printing technique will still have some scuffs or buffs, when you take them out from your printer. Okay, they also have what you call a castable resin. Okay, castable resin has a higher thermal yields. Okay, compared with the standard and clear resins. You could actually use that to create molds. So this is useful when you're trying to come up with the mold to actually build something from plaster, let's say. Now, if you want to create something that is used to support certain things, or even you're creating a robot or a machine, there are actually durable resins that you can use, ABS like, but these types of material have low thermal resistance. However, there is actually a special resin for high temperature yields. Okay, but this is mostly the most expensive one. And usually, if you want to use this material, the printer that you must use is not really on the desktop. It has to be something industrial type. Okay, we also do have specialized dental resins, which is biocompatible, high abrasion resistant. Okay, so these materials actually are used for dentures and transparent braces. And then lastly, we generally have what we call a rubber-like resin. So this is actually flexible. So if you think that printing materials is based on on hard shells or hard brittle components, well, we have this type of material that you can use, which is flexible. So if you have parts in your bicycle, let's say the handles that you want to replace with, you could actually use flexible materials. All right. So this is what we have for photopolymerization. Okay. Okay. So direct metal laser sintering, or DMLS. Okay. They have other names. Yeah. So DMLM and LPBF, but they're basically using the same thing. As you can see, this is not really a desktop kind of of a 3D printer. So having this in your home right now is not really available. Okay, unless you have a workshop like Tony Stark, maybe you have space and power for it. Then you can actually acquire one and put in your house. Okay, so as you can see, DMLS, some of the common materials and metals that are used, you see. So depending on your application, the tensile strength that you want, the yield strength that you want, and how elastic that is, there are basically different types of metal that you can use. So we have stainless steel, different grades, 4PH, 316L. We have aluminum-based Inconel. Okay, Inconel is more of an alloy. Okay, and titanium, and cobalt chrome is another alloy that you can use. So as you can see, as you go lower, you have cobalt chrome, which is actually the strongest tensile strength. Okay, so if you remember your mechanics, you know, when we were studying the Young's modulus, you know, you have your strain, stress. The tensile strength, okay, is actually what describes when you're actually pulling a material, okay, not pushing. That's compression. So tensile strength is actually the property of a material to resist tension, okay, the pulling, okay, where metal is actually good, okay. On the middle part is actually the opposite one, which is actually the compression. As you can see, there is a difference. Okay, metals are meant for pulling, not for compressing. Okay, so if you're interested, or if your company is interested in investing in prototyping metal parts, okay, this is something that is good to know about. Okay. Okay. Lastly, FFF is a fused filament fabrication. Sometimes this is called fused deposition modeling because it uses it's like depositing layers of material upon layers of material repeatedly, you know, until you complete your model. So the picture that you see is a very good printer, which is actually encased in a box. In case some 3D printers you will see open, you know, there's always an advantage when you're actually encasing your 3D printer in an enclosure. Later on, I will explain to you when I explain the disadvantages of FFF. All right. So what materials do we normally use for FFF? Okay. Not all materials are the same. Okay. So there's I have here a comparative chart similar to DMLS that we were discussing a slide ago. So here we talk about 6 different types of filaments. Most common ones are the first two materials that you see on your left, which is actually PLA and ABS. Okay, PLA is actually polylactic acid. This is my most, I would say, my favorite material to use because it's easy, but it has its own set of disadvantages. But if you want to start off with your 3D printing, this is this is my recommended material for you to start with, to begin with. Okay. We also have ABS, HIPS, and we have flexible rubber, PC and PETG. You know, the material that's used in recyclable bottles or mineral water that we drink. Yeah, this is the materials being used there, is PET. Okay. polyethylene. Okay, so PLA, as you can see, if you compare, let's look at the printing temperature. Okay, the printing temperature, like what I have explained a while ago, because FFF uses a hot metal to actually convert, okay, the state of the solid filament to liquid form, so that it can actually be deposited onto the bed. Okay, so that temperature for you to actually melt it, okay, is shown in the on the fourth row of this table. Okay, as you can see, they're all different. Okay, so if you want to use ABS, let's say you need a higher temperature. Okay, you need the highest temperature if you're operating on PC. Okay, this is a polycarbonate. Actually, this is a hard material. Okay, so if you talk about the most common ones, let's focus on PLA and ABS. You will see here that the temperature falls between 190 to 250 degrees Celsius. For PLA, as you can see, hotbed, later on I'll explain to you what hotbed is, but it's basically the platform where you're actually depositing your print. For PLA, you will see that there's an advantage wherein you don't need a hotbed for you to actually use PLA, but for ABS, it is required. Later, I'll explain to you why this is required for ABS. Okay. The first row, as you can see, is just showing you the diameter. It's mainly there's basically two diameters that we use for 3D printers: 1.75 and 3 mm. Most common one is 1.75. Okay. Why I like PLA, first and foremost, is that it's made of organic material. That's why it's considered environmentally friendly. Well, polylactic acid is biodegradable, although it degrades quite long, okay, compared with other petroleum-based plastics, but it will at least degrade, biologically. You don't need a special process to do that, okay? So it's environmentally friendly, okay? The good thing about this also, when you're using PLA, there is no smell, there's no bad smell, because ABS, on the other hand, if you plan to use it at home, be very, very careful in selecting your temperatures, because it contains some carcinogens, but don't be too scared, because these carcinogens are only emitted at around 400 degrees. Okay, but it's still safe for home use, because we are limited to 250 degrees. Okay, but if you want tough plastic, okay, ABS is the way to go. If you want to create models for your use, for displays, for toys, PLA should be good enough. Okay, imagine Lego. Okay, if you have a Lego brick, that is ABS. So that's how tough it is. Okay. So the others are just for your knowledge: HIPS, flexible polycarbonate, and PET. Okay. Another important thing for you to remember when you're using PLA and ABS, okay, filaments, it is advisable for you to actually store it in a dry box. I actually store mine in a dry box because humidity tends to have an effect. Tends to have an effect on the brittleness of the material when you try to use it. For some of you who may be starting off with 3D printing, you'll notice that some of your PLA filaments, right, when you start using it on your printer, it starts breaking up. Why is this breaking up? One culprit suspected is actually humidity. Okay, so humidity is a factor in storing your printing materials. Okay. Now, where do we apply 3D printing? Well, I would say, if you're like Albert Einstein said, right? Knowledge is important, but imagination is more important because it could bring you anywhere. Okay, so why I said that? 3D printing could actually bring you, to applications you can only you're limited to your imagination. Okay, so but basically, for rapid prototyping, okay, and product development, when you want to do prototypes to test, okay, 3D printers are applicable. Okay, right now I believe I cannot imagine any R&D company or department without a 3D printer. Yeah, because it really is very, very helpful for anything that they do. Okay, in building up your manufacturing aids, earlier on Walter was discussing about steps in in human design thinking. So to aid those manufacturing processes, you could actually use 3D printing for you to actually augment human design thinking. 2 weeks ago, my friend who I actually influenced in 3D printing, he started off, an idea, a business, wherein he was asking me about, because, for some people, they suffer from tendonitis on the foot. And some people are actually, flat-footed or having some foot pain when they're walking. So usually there are companies who build the special pads which you can use on your shoe to actually help you deal or manage the pain. And then he told me, why don't I'm thinking of actually using 3D printing to do this. And we exchanged ideas. I gave him some ideas, and he was actually printing out, using human foot by itself, to model. So everything that can be done is actually customized to the to the patient. So I hope this gives you some idea also, for you. Oh, yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe I can start a business like that here in the Philippines, right? Okay. And use parts. So if you want to actually build, when you're building or if you're repairing a machine, like for me, I did once, just to share with you, because in Singapore, unlike in the Philippines, we don't normally repair appliances. So for example, our electric fan, screws up or becomes faulty. Normally people here throw away, but I don't normally do that. I fix things first. So one of my fans actually broke down, so it's not oscillating anymore. So if you're a tinker at home, right, you open up your fan, and what actually turns it is actually a shaft connected to the to a 90-degree gear inside inside your armature, inside the electric motor. So apparently the gear inside has actually worn off. So using 3D printing, I was able to actually recreate or build my own gear and replace it. So now I'm actually still using the fan. Okay, so this is something that you could actually use your 3D printer for in building things at home. Okay, to perhaps help your wife or your mom, in the kitchen. And definitely architecture for this is very useful, because you could actually build, before 3D printing, architects use cardboard, and other special materials to actually create their 3D models. But now with 3D printing, it becomes very easy. They just need to know how to color it. Yeah. And then for medical applications, as I mentioned, the 3D printing can be used to actually print. When a bone is broken, you can actually create a splint, or a support that is actually fit for the patient. Okay. In spine surgeries, to create a custom fit attachment to a fractured spine. Yeah, 3D printers are being used to actually create a stainless steel kind of material to actually be, surgically implanted onto the body. Okay. Okay, so this is just one example. This is actually a 3D printed building, So structures can be easily modeled faster in architecture. Okay, then you just need to color. Like what I said, you can actually use 3D printing in medicine to actually create prosthesis. Well, if you want to explore further, you can actually apply and put in servo motors, and then some brainwave attachment. You can experiment on your own, and these materials are readily available. 3D printers are used to actually create organ scaffolds, as you can see here, right? If you're familiar with stem cell research, okay, stem cell research actually uses stem cells. Stem cells, just for your knowledge, is a cell in the body that's actually used by your body to create any type of cell. Okay, so but for it to be harnessed outside the body, you need to have what you call a scaffold. So some organic 3D printers are specially made to actually create scaffolds where stem cells can be attached. And then when the organ or the piece of tissue actually grows on it, because it's actually placed in a special machine where nutrients and oxygen are being fed to it, like an ear, and then it could actually be taken out from the machine and then attached to the body. This scaffold dissolves on its own without any harm on the tissue. So that's very interesting. Okay, so here is just a sample of dental molds. All right, so in robotics, well, you can just imagine. Okay, so robotic parts can be built from software. Later on, I'll show you something that I did with my daughter when we were actually doing some experiments. See, this actually is a 3D Rubik solver, a 3D printed Rubik solver. Okay. One of the most difficult the most difficult problems that I had, even when I was a student, was not the electronics part, because electronics we can always build, right? We have a board. We can use photoresist to actually etch our our circuit patterns, and then we drill, we solder. Well, that wasn't really the problem. One of the most difficult problems that we face, right, when we were students, was where should I put this thing, and normally we end up using standard enclosures. So if you're familiar with the Raon, I don't know, it's a place in Quiapo. I think many of you here is familiar with Raon. When I was in college, most of my time is spent there. Some of my classmates, when they have questions where to find something, they normally come to me and ask me where I can buy this, and I always point them to Adico. We have Alexand during the time. I don't know whether they're still there. And then there, those stores, right? You're able to actually buy different sizes of enclosures, but you end up modifying them. Really modifying them to put in your buttons, your LCD screens. And one of the difficult things for you to do is to actually create the rectangular hole, as you can see on the right hand of your screen here, right? There's a rectangular hole that you need to saw, you need to sand. And just imagine if you want to create something or build a prototype as complicated as on your left. As you can see, it's very, it's a specialized shape. But with 3D printing, you can do it. You can do it, no problems. Later on, I'll show you some of the things that I did. So, okay, so moving on. I'll be going through with you the FFF method. So as you can see on the top right hand of your screen is an exaggerated illustration of what happens when you use this technology. So as you can see, material is actually deposited, like strands, but these strands is actually very small. Resolution of FFF could go as low as the 0.1 millimeter. Okay, so 0.1 millimeter, that small resolution is practical enough for us to do most of our models. Yeah, so it's very small, it's very thin. That's why printing takes hours. Okay, there was one time I printed a small statue for about 8 hours. Some of my friends, they actually built heads, a bust, small busts of certain size that took them like 28 hours, more than a day. So it just keeps on running. That's why it's important for you to understand also some 3D printers. Okay, some 3D printers have this kind of feature called return upon power failure. Return upon or recommence printing upon power failure. This feature, because most of the earlier 3D printers, when power fails, you'd have to restart your print. It will not start where you ended. Okay, but some modern printers right now could actually start printing from where you lost power. Okay, but even that, what I do, I still have a UPS. Because I don't want the fluctuations affecting the print. Okay, so it's good to know that if you really are into large printing, then investing on UPS is something that you could actually explore. Right now, okay, let's look at the aspects of FFF. Okay, so FFF uses molten material to build. Okay, so some safety advice here, especially when you want to start off doing this with young children or with your own children. Okay, please be very careful because the hot nozzle is very, very hot. Okay, it's twice the boiling point. Okay, and it really is a very, very it's close to your soldering iron temperature. Our soldering iron is about 350 to 430 degrees. Okay, so it is very, very hot. Okay, so the molten material is then made layer by layer from the printer bed, bottom to top. Okay, bottom to top. Unlike the two technologies that I was explaining to you earlier on, which is DMLS and photopolymerization, the print is actually opposite. The platform is actually going down, and normally the print is actually upside down. But for FFF, your print is actually from bottom to top. Okay, may or may not use a heated bed. Okay, heated bed is required for ABS prints. For PLA, it's not really required, but I still use it because heated beds actually creates a very good adhesion on the print, so that it avoids a possible detachment while you're in the middle of a print. That is very, very frustrating because sometimes I did have some experiences before when I was halfway, about 4 hours of printing, the printed material becomes detached onto the bed. I have to restart because you will not be able to reposition it. Okay. So since we are printing also from bottom to top, some of the extrusions in your print, like for example, if you're printing a human body, right, with extended hands, right, of course you cannot actually print it. You cannot print the extruded part in the middle of the air. So you need scaffold that will be originating from the bed itself, going up. Okay, and FFF uses XYZ mechanism similar to CNC. So if you're into CNC, this actually is very similar to a CNC router machine. If some of you have experience in mechanical assemblies, yeah. Dremel is one brand where you can have CNC machine and 3D printing into one. It's kind of expensive, but if you want to invest in a workshop, Dremel is the way to go. Okay, FFF of course uses a microcontroller as a control system for its printing operations. Okay, we will go through this, okay, in detail. Okay, I would want you to be familiar with the 3D printer, because I would suggest, if you want to start off with this hobby or this this work, bear in mind that normally you'll be the one to actually fix your machine. Okay, so you have to be very familiar, because many of these parts are replaceable, repairable. Here, as you can see, we have what we call positioners. Okay, later on I'll explain to you what these positioners are, but these are mainly extrusions coming from a stepper motor. Okay, and of course we do have the filament, which is your material, the direct material that you will use for your 3D prints. Okay, and then you have a feeder, or sometimes it's called an extruder, which actually is the one that pulls the filament and pushes it onto the hot end. Okay, your hot end is normally the first component in your 3D printer to wear out. Okay, because it becomes clogged, it becomes bent, it becomes scratched, when it touches the bed and stuff. Okay, and then lastly you have the printed bed. Okay, the printer bed. So this is where your 3D print will be coming from and emerge, as it is printed layer by layer. Okay. So positioner. Okay, so positioner is mainly a stepper motor. So if you remember or if you have experience in or if you remember your during our school days, we were actually discussing and dealing with stepper motors. Stepper motors are really different from DC motors. A DC motor and an AC motor. A DC motor, you apply voltage to it, it will spin. But if you want it to be, if you want it to actually rotate from a specific origin of an angle to a specific angle, you cannot use a DC motor, because it will have, its angular momentum, messing up your positioning. So what is normally used is actually a stepper motor. Stepper motors are actually specified with phases or the number of pins used. So normally it's actually four-phase stepper motors used, and stepper motors will always require a driver. Okay, a driver circuit, which actually processes the digital signals necessary for the stepper motor to spin. And normally the drive for this driver is actually a pulse. So when the control system sends a pulse onto the driver, depending on the resolution of the stepper motor, it actually rotates from one position to another of its specific angle, depending on the resolution. For example, 1 degree per step. So one pulse, you actually move 1 degree. So if you combine that and put that as a concept into the machine, you will be able to actually specifically position using threaded rods. You can actually position your 3D printer into whatever way you want within the XYZ box. Or in robotics, it's actually the field of motion. So yeah, this is your positioner. Okay, so the hot end or the nozzle is just a piece of metal. You can see from your left hand side, This one is a brass nozzle. The important thing for your hot end or your nozzle is the cooling system, the cooling fan. That one is required, because without that, your nozzle will overheat, creating fumes, dangerous fumes for your plastic, and it will damage your printer basically. Okay, so the fan is required. Normally your control system will take care of its function. If your fan is malfunctioning, your control system will take care of sensing a high temperature, and normally 3D printers will shut down if your nozzle exceeds a specific safe limit temperature. Okay, so hot end or nozzle, this is important. You see the tip, that tip is your is the hot end nozzle tip, which normally has a hole resolution of about 0.1 millimeter. Yeah, so this is where your molten material comes out. Okay, so the feeder or extruder is actually the mechanism. Imagine it as a stepper motor with the teeth, rotating teeth. It actually pushes your filament to your nozzle, to your hot end, so that it actually becomes liquid and it actually gets embedded onto the printer bed. Okay, so again, this one is driven by a driver connected to your control system. Okay, normally this assembly is replaceable, right? Now your printer bed is a flat surface. Okay, when I was starting off with 3D printing, without I was still using some crude materials during that time, and the plate was just aluminum. Okay, the plate was just aluminum, so I had to actually use Kapton. For some of you, or maybe those with experience in aeronautics or avionics, right? Kapton is a material used as a electrical insulation in wiring in avionics. Airplanes don't use electric tape. Electrical tape. They don't use electrical tape. Okay, they use Kapton. And the good thing about Kapton is that it has a very high thermal yield. Okay, so normally a printer bed will have glass as a material, or aluminum with Kapton, or some sort of hard plastic Teflon. Okay, like what you see there, the black thing used for Snapmaker 3D printers. These are replaceable, because sometimes it so happens that due to machine malfunction or wrong calibration, the tip or the nozzle actually scratches the surface, and it's very, very frustrating. So you'd have to replace you need to have a way of replacing your printer bed surfaces. Okay, so filament is a roll of printer, or the material that you actually use for your 3D printer. So here you can see we even have glow in the dark. So if you want to decorate your room, or your gaming PC with some accessories, you can actually print them using glow in the dark material, right? So the control system is basically just a board with microcontroller who's actually managing the functions of your 3D printers. It's basically electronic with a screen. Okay. All right. So what's the advantages and disadvantages of FFF? Okay. So FFF is very cheap. So if you want to start off with 3D printing, FFF is still cheaper than resin. Yeah, than photopolymerization printers. And I would still prefer FFF because it's not messy. You're not using liquids. Okay, there's a wide selection of materials, and then if you want to learn, there are many open platforms and communities for you to actually apply and learn 3D printing. I would say it's more robust and portable. So if some component becomes faulty or gets damaged, you can easily replace it. And of course, it's a simpler method of 3D printing because you can actually see already what you're trying to print. Okay. Okay, the main problem with FFF, which I hope when you start off with your 3D printing, for those who have not yet done it, you really need patience, because FFF is prone to deformities. Okay, it's weaker with lower temperature capacities, and if you notice, you look closely, it will leave strands on the finish. But there are ways of actually dealing with that through post-processing. Okay, so common problems with FFF. Here is what we call delamination. As you can see, it's very frustrating. It's like 80% 3D printing done, 3D printing progress done, and then the print started to delaminate. You see, it's very frustrating. But this happens normally with ABS plastic. Okay, same warping. Okay, you see, you're supposed to print something flat. This happens, warping. Normally, this happens when the print is actually has a loose attachment or weak adhesion to the bed. Stringing is a problem, but it's something more manageable than delamination and warping. Stringing, you just after you print, you just basically take out the strings. It's fine. So it's easier to manage than warping and delamination. Okay, here clogging, as you can see on from the photograph below, clogging happens because of some clogged materials in the hot end. Okay, so this is also frustrating. So, but of course, it's manageable because you have spare. If you have spare nozzles, you can actually replace it quickly. Okay. It sometimes have it sometimes has unevenness when you print it, especially when there's at the start of the printing process, there's a small blob of plastic that comes out of the extruder because it prints from the bed, right, and it goes up. That unevenness is actually carried on layer by layer, until it really is maybe unless you are printing a big print, right? It will not be obvious. But if you have a thin print, unevenness will be obvious. Okay, so these are the common problems with FFF. Here we talk about famous brands. So if you want to start off, or you want to upgrade your current 3D printer, metal 3D printers, okay, Flash Forge. They're actually the famous ones for manufacturing metal DMLS printers. What I use here is actually Prusa i3 and Snapmaker. Okay, so I have these both. Snapmaker is a good. It's user friendly. So if you want to buy, you can actually buy directly from their website or distributors. All right. So this is just again a recap of PLA and ABS comparison. Okay, so if you want to create models without much fuss, okay, you use PLA. Okay, if you want strength, if you want to create a mug, use ABS. Okay, the good thing about PLA also, there's not much of fumes. Okay. All right. So for post-processing, okay, post-processing. So after you've done your print, you'll notice, there's strands, there's a buff here, so how do you actually deal with that? Because sometimes maybe you want to create a smooth model, a shiny one. There's actually ways of actually dealing with FFF 3D prints, okay? So one quick way, if you have the resource, is to sandblast it. Okay, so using a sandblaster, of course, depending on the sand grit that you'll use, that you can actually smoothen the strands that you see on the print. Okay. If you're using ABS, there's a way of actually smoothing it. So as you can see from the prints, right, It's actually shiny. We call this acetone wash. Okay, so I think in the Philippines, there's acetone is something that you could buy anywhere, even in your corner store. Okay, so if you printed something ABS, use it in immerse it in acetone quickly, and then lift it up, let it dry, and then you'll notice because ABS reacts with acetone, so it tends to actually dissolve and create a smooth and shiny layer. Okay. And of course, the simplest one is to actually paint over it. Okay, so if you're using acrylic, the acrylic paint creates some sort of a filler on the strand, so it's not very obvious. Okay, so these are actually ways of dealing or processing your 3D printed models. Okay, so now let's talk about 3D printing software. Okay, so what are the 3D printing software involved in 3D printing? Okay, before we actually go through in detail the software that we're using, I would want you to understand first the process. Okay, because through the process, you'll understand, oh, it's not a simple one-step one-stop shop software that you'll use in your 3D printing. But I'm not sure. Perhaps there are developers now creating a single platform with multiple modules for you to actually do that. Okay, but normally 3D printing, the modeling and the conversion, to GCO is different. Okay, so what is the first step? The first step, of course, you have to use 3D modeler software. These are some of the software available. So you have AutoCAD, SolidWorks, you have Pro Engineer, SketchUp, and 3D System. So these are actually the modeler softwares that you can use. And as you can see here, it will create some of it proprietary file types. Okay, so for example, for SketchUp, you create .skp for your output. Okay, so your 3D models are now generated, but for you to actually use it, okay, for your 3D printing, normally 3D printers require a stereolithograph. Okay, so if you were planning to invest on a higher end software, make sure that there's a way of converting 3D models to an STL file. Okay, so for example, we're using SketchUp. From SKP, there's a way to actually export to STL. Okay, so STL will be using will be used rather for what we call slicing. Okay, so this is the next step. So from 3D modeling, converting into slicing. Slicing, you'll use another software to actually put in your STL file. And then there, you actually set up your 3D printer parameters. Okay, later on, I'll show you, because your slicer will determine how you want to instruct your 3D printer from the 3D model, how you want to instruct your 3D model for it to actually build it. Okay, so there are very common software to use. For example, for Repetier, okay, Repetier can be used to actually create to convert STL to GCO. SelfCAD, Slicer, and SnapMaker has its own slicer software. Okay, and then lastly, you can actually use that GCO file for your 3D printer. So if you're familiar with CNC, you'll notice that it uses the same, the same file type, GCO. Okay, for CNC machine, a G code. Okay. Okay, so for 3D modeling software, so these are some of it. Okay, I think most of you would be very familiar with the Autodesk, AutoCAD, SolidWorks. Okay, but there are many more. Okay, many people use right now Blender. I think maybe some of you have used it, Blender. Okay. For me, I normally use SketchUp. SketchUp you could actually obtain free, for free use. Okay, so if you want, you could actually download SketchUp even after this later on. If you have time, you can try and download SketchUp. It's a freeware, easy to use. And the good thing about it is that it has a large community. So if you want to learn more about it, then it's readily available, okay, on the internet. Now, okay, sometimes if you want to actually create something from something that's already existing, modeling it digitally is not the way to go, because it's very cumbersome, right? For example, you want to create a 3D model of your face, and then you use AutoCAD to do that. Then it's not really practical, because it's like drawing yourself in 3D, right? How that is done is to use what you call a scanner. Okay, there are two ways of actually doing that right now. So the first one that you have here, the one I'm showing you, are actually a software that you can procure. Some are free. So, and some actually are using hardware. Okay, so there's a special hardware to scan. It's a stereo camera that actually captures true depth. Okay, a few years back, we didn't have this capability of using the handphone. Okay, but right now there are actually apps. If you're using, if you have an iPhone that has a true depth camera, you could actually purchase this app, and you can actually use your phone to actually scan with true depth and convert it to a 3D model which you can use. Some software, they use photogrammetry. Okay, photogrammetry is actually, I would say, is a weaker way of creating a 3D model, because what it does, it just basically takes photographs of all the most of the sides of the model that you're trying to scan, and then it uses software to actually stitch them together. So the problem with that, right, it uses actually, it loses true depth, because it uses two-dimensional images. So if you really want to go, if you really want to have an accurate 3D model, use depth sensing, true depth. Okay. So this table actually shows you some of the available 3D scanners. What I would want to share with you now is that you can actually build your own. Okay, but here you see some commercially available 3D scanners. Okay. If you have an object, right, a small object that you want to scan, there are 3D models. There's a rotating platform. Okay. 3D scanners now are sometimes handheld. So if you want to scan the body or the face, the head, you can do that. What I use is actually a DIY 3D scanner using an old Kinect 3D camera. Okay, so if you have Xbox 360, don't use Xbox One. Maybe you're not using it anymore. Your 360, the Kinect could actually be interfaced with your laptop computer using a power injector in between. Yeah, because this Kinect actually gets its power from the USB connection, but it has to be injected. Okay. So once you connect it to your printer, it can be used by what we call the Scannect 3D scanning software for image capture. Okay, so this is what I've actually used so far. Okay, so some of the models that I want to share with you. Okay, so this is actually a sample of a statue I was printing before. So you will see. You will see that there's a screen. Okay, there's a screen on the printer that shows the progress, the temperature, and all the settings, right? By the way, this is actually a Pieta, the Pieta. Okay, so this is my favorite sculpture. Okay, done by Michelangelo. So there's a model available, and I actually tried printing it out. Okay, so it gives fine detail, a nice detail for the printing. Yep. Okay, so that's one sample of an output. Okay, so this sample here that I would like to show you is an accessory that we were building. I was building with my daughter because we were actually building an accelerometer sensor for a remote control robot. So this actually is an arm attachment which we attached on her arm using belts, and then where we actually attached microcontrollers and RF transmitter for the remote control. Okay, so as you can see, we were prototyping it, and we can easily convert our idea to something that we can use. Yeah. Okay, so this is something that I built for my wife because she has this tendency of forgetting to water the plants. Yeah. So I built her an irrigation system. So this control system actually powers a pump. Okay, so like when I began, right, I told you that rapid prototyping is not only 3D printing, but you also need programming. So I'm familiar with you have to be familiar with some prototyping platforms like Arduino, Raspberry Pi, STM32, okay, which will require you to recall or use programming. Okay, so maybe you can actually refresh your programming skills using C, C++, and Python. Okay, so here I was actually using an Arduino controller to actually create a control system, and it actually calculates the depending on the volume flow rate of the pump. It actually disperses from a distribution irrigation pipes. Yeah, so it actually distributes the water onto the plants. So as you can see from the right side, it's actually the enclosure that is that I've actually printed, that is used in this device. So this device is actually programmable. You can actually set how much water you want for it to disperse. Which days you want it to actually water the plants and so on. So it's something that I built. And then okay. So here is actually a sample of how we used Sconnect and Xbox 360 Kinect sensor to actually scan human bodies. So this one, what I attempted was to actually print out my family. So here actually is a render of my wife on the Sconnect software. So the resolution was actually quite fine already. So about that one is about 5,000 subtriangular points, which is refined already. And as you can see, it provides you the detail that you require for you to convert to stereolithograph. Okay. So once that thing is converted, you actually pass that onto your slicer. So as you can see, this is how it will look like into the slicer. All right. So the slicer is actually showing you how it will appear onto the bed when you print it. Okay. But of course, this one does not show yet the scaffolds that will be required, because as I've explained, right? If there's any extrusion, the printer will create scaffolds below it. Okay, like for example, if you imagine your face, your chin is actually an extrusion. So the printer must create scaffold underneath your chin. So you'll see here on the print. Okay, but after that, once you print it, you can actually take out those scaffolds, and as you can see from the right bottom image of your screen, you will see it's clean already. Yeah. So these are actually their scans. Yep. Okay. This is another application that I've used, which was very useful. So while I was still working with NCS, we were having a problem with operations because we kept on moving people. Yeah, so we kept on moving people, and this actually required us to resize our hot disks, right? So this posed a problem because we need to have acrylic dividers, part of COVID-19 measures, right? So I actually proposed to my superior a way of actually using 3D printed parts to actually hold on to adjustable brackets. So the brackets that you see are actually 3D printed PLA parts. Well, of course, in terms of securing them, we have to use standard hex bolts. So it was quite useful because any user could actually adjust it, you know. But of course, internally we're actually restricting people to just adjust it, you know, without any authorization. But this allowed us to actually reconfigure our rooms, you know, easily, just by using 3D printed parts. So we actually, I was able to mass produce this through a contractor. So we actually built 270 sets of 3D printed parts done in less than 2 weeks. Okay, so shortly I'll be doing some demo to you. Okay, but before that, I would like just to explain to you some of the things that I'll be showing you. Okay, so the software that I'll be using to demonstrate to you is SketchUp. So later, I think you'll be given some copy of this presentation, so to actually use the instructions there for you to actually do it yourself. One important thing that you need to know is that SketchUp requires some extensions installed. So it's best for you to actually install Solid Inspector and STL import and exportation. Okay, so these extensions, these are two important ones. And then you will need a slicer software. So this one is also open source. You would actually download this. It's RipTA. Okay, RipTA is actually Polish for repeat. Okay, so just follow the instructions when you're downloading it. Okay, so later on, I'll show you how to create a model. So we'll be creating a simple model. We'll save the model and we will export it to STL. Okay, and then we will run it on RipTA to actually create some slice, okay, of how it will look like onto the 3D printer. Okay, so in your 3D printer, there are several parameters that you could actually modify, but usually this one is already default set. Okay, but if you want to actually modify, there's a ways of doing that. So for example, you want stronger printouts, you can actually replace the fourth parameter here called infill density. Okay, so infill density is some prints, if you don't need it strong, you want it lightweight, you can actually make it more hollow inside. So the infill density, you can actually make it like 20% only or 30% only. You can even choose pattern. Okay, honeycomb, a grid, and all these things. Okay, so the brim is very important. I normally have this always in my prints. The brim is actually an extension of your printout, so as to make sure that your printout is actually adhered to the bed. Okay, every time. This creates a strong adhesion. Okay, and then once you slice that, okay, you will see how it will be printed onto the bed. It will even tell you an estimated time, how long the print will take. You could even go through each of the steps, hundreds of thousands of steps. You can actually go one by one of how the machine will intend to actually create your model. You can actually go one by one, but you don't have to do that. Okay, it's just for your knowledge. Okay, so here I would be exiting from the presentation first. Okay, so Can you still see my screen? I just want to make sure that you see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. We see your screen po.
Okay, so here we've actually entered SketchUp. Okay, it's an untitled model. I'm going to show you how easy it is to operate SketchUp. Okay, it's just like playing. Okay, so what I want to demonstrate to you is a very simple, a printout. We'll print out something you can use for your mobile phones. Okay, as a stand for your mobile phone. So here, I'll draw a line. Okay, as a guideline. Okay, look, what I did there is just to get a pencil tool. And if you're familiar with CAD, right? This actually snaps. You see, it snaps onto the your axis. It shows a color, so you know that you're actually parallel to that axis. Okay, so once I did that, I just go to my shape. Okay, and perhaps arbitrarily choose a circular shape here. Something like that. And then from there, you see, I'm able to snap onto the center of the circle that I did. So arbitrarily, I create another circle of this, maybe, yeah, just an estimate. Okay, so, and then what I will do is to create another guideline, maybe from here. And then you see it snaps there. And then I will create another set of circle on top. Well, actually, you can actually copy this. Okay, and then you can actually move it using the move tool. Move tool is shown here, yeah. Okay, so when you move it, you have to select it first. Okay. Then select your move point, and maybe there. Okay, and then I draw another line. Okay, maybe there arbitrarily. Then I draw another line here, going maybe there. Okay, you see it attaches to the endpoint, right? And then here I create a line. So I see that parallel, right? Use escape to actually disconnect. And then you can zoom in. You can see what point you're going on or coming from. Then just drag the line. Okay, so as you can see, what we have here is probably you'll say it's still 2D, right? Still 2D. So what is this? Okay, well, let me show you this. So what you can do once you've actually rendered here your 2D drawing, you can actually erase the segments. Okay, once you click on the erase, it will erase the segment. Okay, so see what we're trying to do here, right? What I'm leaving is the shape that we are interested in. Okay, I'm just erasing those unnecessary lines. Okay. Okay, now probably you ask, hey, what are you gonna do with this? Okay, it's very easy. You see this tool? This is actually a push and pull tool. You click on it, choose your shape, pull. Done. You now have your model, your phone stand. Yeah. All right. So now, once you have your model, I'm just gonna delete the frame. Okay, so you can see better. Okay, it's what you have, right? You can even inspect the bottom if there's any open spaces. But the best way of doing that is to use the solid inspector. Okay, the module that I told you. This is a solid inspector that you need to install as part of your SketchUp. If you run this, there are stray edges you can fix. Then you automatically fix it. So if you run this, you are sure that your shape or your model is fully three-dimensional without any holes. Okay, that means you can actually use this as a model already for your 3D printer. Okay, so what do you do with this? Okay, next, you save it, of course. Maybe we use a bracket or a holder. Yeah. But you know, if you look at your file, it will be a SketchUp file, right? It's .skp. You see, .skp. We cannot use that, right? So what we need to do is to actually export that to STL. Right? Remember the steps. So file, export STL. Just this is default. Just click export and save it. Save it on the desktop. So as you can see, you will have two files now. One is that, and one is, where is that file? This one. If you look at this one is in STL. But as you can see also, it can be read by Repetier host, which is your slicer. Okay. So this is your slicer. Okay. So what you do, you load the file, the STL file, you see, it can be seen now. You open it, it is automatically projected onto the bed platform. The dot there is your origin. Okay. So now, object placement done. You go to your slicer. Here is actually the parameters that you can that I told you can set. You can actually set the brim. Okay, put a raft. Okay, it will actually create some adhesion surrounding on the bottom of your model, and then your resolution is 0.2. Okay, and then you can even adjust the speed of your printer. Okay, it's advisable if you're creating detailed models and higher infill density to print not too fast. Okay, so once you've done, you slice. So you wait for the software to actually complete. Once you're done, there you go. So this is the slice. Okay, so as you can see, you already have the brim. That is what I was referring to you. That is the brim, the edge there. That one is fine because it's very thin. And once you print out, you can actually peel it out from your model easily. All right. So what do you do with this? You save. Okay, so you see it's already G code. It's GCO. Okay, you save that. So once you have that, you already have your GCO file, G code file, which can be understood by your printer. So you could actually save this in a thumb drive or an SD SD card that you can insert on your printer, so you can print it. All right. So that is just a simple demonstration for you of what you can do easily, with this 3D printing software, and of course for your 3D printing endeavors. All right. So that's about it. Thank you very much. I hope you learned something this past 1.5 hours.
Thank you, Sir JC. We've learned a lot from you right now. Actually, ako hindi pa ako nag-3D printing. Pero interesado akong matuto at gumamit ng isang 3D printer.
Sorry, Jed. Just to I promised something, right? When I was actually explaining that, to show you some of the things that I've done. So, by the way, what's behind me is actually not a virtual background. These are also the tools that I use for rapid prototyping. So if you really want to get involved with the rapid prototyping, you need the electronics, yeah? So this is something that I built before with my daughter. So This is a robot. As you can see, they're actually 3D printed parts. So these parts are actually 3D printed. Okay, but of course, the mechanism, the circuitry is actually using embedded technology. So yeah, so you know, it could actually be applicable to all these things. Yep. So yeah, like this one, ito yung remote. This is the remote.
Yeah, sir, that's amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So yan. Okay na.
Actually, we are kasama ko pong ilan sa mga panelists dito. We are students in ECE in
Okay.
PEP.
It's good.
And we are thinking of thesis or research na pwede namin gamitin. And actually,
Wow, yeah.
3D
Okay.
printing, napakagandang application ito for research and project making.
Oh yes, definitely. Definitely.
So ayun sir, maraming salamat po at
Thank you very much
ayan,
everyone also.
marami din nagte-thank you sa inyo din sa chat box. Anyway sir, before we proceed with our question and answer, would you like to have a short break or diretso na po ba tayo?
I think we can go through. I think this is a second talk anyway, right? We're good.
Yes.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. So we have a couple of questions here in our chat or in our Q&A, pero gusto ko ako muna magtatanong.
Of course.
May gusto kong may gusto kong malaman dito kasi yun nga. This is very interesting. Ayan, wait lang po, hanapin ko lang. Ayan. Let's say I would like to start learning and create things with 3D printing. We need to be smart in investing here. How much do you think for starters or beginners is ideal po?
Okay. When I started off, just to give you an idea, that was more than 10 years ago. You could actually buy online kasi there are open systems eh. The most open system is Prusa i3. So Prusa i3, there's a lot of companies building kits. It's good for you to start off buying kits. Okay, so if you want to buy kits, acrylic materials with, of course, metal threaded parts, build on your own the 3D printer. It will teach you how it works, what is alignment, tensioning of the belts, and all this. Probably you'll be investing about $200 to $250. So translating that to pesos, maybe less than 10K. Okay, so maybe 8 to 10K for you to start off with. You already have your own printer. And of course, that already come with the filament that you could actually use with. The rest of the software that I taught you, free. Zero. So you don't need to spend, di ba? So you just need to spend on the hardware. So maybe you budget 8K to 10K. You'll be able to actually start off on your own. That's of course is brand new. Maybe there are other sources where you can buy secondhand or built up already. If you want to invest on a metal printer, like the one I have here. Okay, so that's Snapmaker. I don't know whether you can see that. That is about 1,000 USD. So yeah, medyo malaki-laking investment. So medyo mahaba-habang ipunan. But of course, that doesn't mean you can not obtain that through other means, right? So don't worry. 3D printing is becoming more affordable, really. So yeah, so around 8 to 10K, you can start off with it already.
Actually nga sir, na ang dami nang naglabasan dito sa Pilipinas na mga 3D printers. Ayun.
Yeah, I think it's cheaper pa. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, po. Okay, thank you sir for answering that question. And also Sir Mark Antonio Onido, that's also his question. We have a question here from Mark Dominic Madrid. In the future, do you think there will be some government regulations in acquiring or on acquiring 3D printers?
Okay. Right now, there's nothing specific. For example, for Singapore, right? There's nothing specific prohibiting or banning 3D printers. But if I actually use it to create, let's say, a sharp blade, kasi plastic still hard eh. Pwede pa rin, you can use it to stab, di ba? Of course, may ibang ano yun, may ibang laws that can be applied. For example, in Singapore, ay gumawa ako ng plastic, black plastic made of, I made a gun, let's say. In Singapore, toy guns are banned. No? You cannot have toy guns that looks like a real gun. Okay, so that is actually a law that can be applied. But I think in the US, they are now trying some regulations because, you know, as I've mentioned, right, there are ways of actually printing metal. Technically, you can actually print a gun. You can actually print a gun, you know, using DMLS and with the material. So later on, I will these printers will be licensed. I'm pretty sure about that. Especially those that are printing metals. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Another question here from Sir Earl, June Heraldes. With the advent of CD burner, piracy become rampant. Would 3D printer be a threat too? If like 3D printer become so good in copying an original material. Ayan, kumbaga yung mga kumokopya ng mga original na material or devices or equipment, anything ganyan.
Yeah.
Would it be a threat?
Well, actually, that's a good question. Yeah, but as you know, if as I've explained, right, 3D printing, especially yung FFF, yung fused filament fabrication, when you print one, imagine printing one, it will take you 6 to 8 hours. So, hindi talaga siya meant for mass production. That's why the concept that we're applying now is prototyping. You're building something that you'll use first for mass production. So if you want to use 3D printing as a way to copy and mass produce, directly it's very tough. Normally, you'll be maybe using it for your personal use, right? You'll be using it for your personal use. But if you want to commercialize it to pirate, that is very, very tough. Yeah. And what normally is used for mass production is still injection molding. Okay, injection molding technology.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Another question here. Actually, galing sa akin ulit to. Napansin ko lang kanina kasi ina-adjust, may naging setting siya for the speed.
Yep.
And nabanggit nyo na mas pagka detailed yung print is dapat mas mabagal. Meron po bang ideal speed para dito? Or how could you adjust to the right speed itong ating printing po?
Okay. That actually boils down to trial and error. But normally, by default, naka 50%. By default, 50%. If you're speeding up, perhaps around 80%. Yeah. So if you have more detailed ones, because the tendency is if the extruder is moving, if the nozzle is moving fast, the tendency of the strand is to actually stretch thinner, and then you tend to create strands. Okay. So maybe around 50% start off, and then you try to adjust. You try to adjust maybe when you're doing when you have multiple component models, then you try to adjust the next model. And you don't have to be worried naman kasi the first time you try, nagkamali, print again. Print again. Print ulit. Bagoy mo yung setting, print ulit. That's the good thing about this, right? So
yeah, kumbaga DIY na DIY.
You have iteration, right? So you actually apply, you can apply agile, iterations already in hardware.
Yes, sir. I think that's all the question right here. Ayan. So, mukhang wala. Ayan. Move on na tayo. Mukhang wala naman na magtatanong eh. Let's check it ulit. Ayan, meron pa pala isa. From Marco Antonio Onido, how about the noise issue? This will be the last question. How about the noise issue? Annoying po ba yung noise ng printer?
Okay. I'll share you one example. So, actually, what the 3D printer I have is actually in my room. Okay. I would say it will bring about 60 to 63 decibel acoustic dBA of noise level in the room. One of the advantages of having an enclosure is to actually reduce that noise. Okay, pero given that noise, it doesn't really is annoying that it will disturb your sleep because I can still sleep. Based on my experience, my printer is running on the background inside my room in an air-conditioned room. I can still sleep. So you can just imagine if you have it in your room, definitely it will not annoy your neighbors. So it's something that is manageable.
Okay. So thank you, sir. Now, I am moving into the awarding of certificates. So maraming salamat po, sir, on that knowledge that you've shared to each and every one of us. Actually, dumami nga tayo eh. From 97, 98, ngayon naging 100 plus na tayo. 100.
Oh, thank you very much.
Ayun, 103. Okay, I'll now present to you the certificate given by the IECEP SG po. Okay, wait po. Lalakihan ko lang kasi hindi ko mabasa. Okay. From the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Singapore chapter, with great appreciation for imparting his valuable insights, inspiration, and endless support to the members of and the Institute in the 2-hour webinar. Special membership meeting and Actualized Ideas webinar. 3D printing and rapid prototyping held on the 9th day of January 2022 is hereby awarded to Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas VI. Ayan. Technical resource speaker signed by Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, our chapter governor, and Engineer Paulo R. La Laguna, our Secretary General. Thank you very much, sir. Any last
Thank you very much,
words
Jet.
po?
Yeah, it's been a privilege. Yeah, so sharing my knowledge, and I think you can still communicate with me. I have a contact, I think, in LinkedIn. So if there's some questions, no problem. I'll try my best to answer you. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you po. So, to our participants here, ayan na. So sana po marami kayong natutunan ngayong araw. I show you itong ating evaluation form dito sa ating screen. So now grab your phones or your screen capture nyo doon sa laptop nyo. This is the evaluation quiz attendance form for this last session of the day. Ayan. So the link is now posted by Engineer Paulo La Laguna on the chat box. You could select it and ayan, sagutan na yan para tayo ay magkaroon ng certificate and ng CPD points. So maraming salamat po sa lahat. Maraming salamat Sir JC and Sir Walter for your knowledge na shinare sa bawat isa sa amin ngayong araw. Okay, so next I would like to call on our closing remarks. So ayan, malungkot man ay at tayo ay maghiwa-hiwalay pansamantala. Pero syempre, meron pa namang susunod na mga webinars na tayo ay aatenan dito sa IECEP Singapore. Ayun. So, I would like to call Engineer Leia S. Lawan, our Vice Governor External in this 2021-2022 to share actually, nag-special announcement ng kanina her closing remarks. Hi, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon once again. Thank you, Sir Jediah, for that very wonderful hosting, sir. Thank you for saying yes for this event. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, it's a very relaxing and chilling Sunday afternoon indeed. On behalf of ICE of Singapore, we would like to thank all the participants who had attended on today's webinar and our special membership meeting. It is nice to see quite number of participants, not only from ICE of Singapore, but also from other chapters who have joined us today. Maraming salamat po. It's a good start of the year for having a two interesting topic from our two greatest speakers who have devoted their time on today's webinar. We would like to thank Mr. Walter Lee for giving us a very informative topic on design thinking, and to Engineer Jose Carlos Tupas VI, our current ICEP Singapore President, on a very interesting topic on 3D printing and rapid prototyping, which is napaka-interesting na topic. Thank you, and despite of your busy schedules, you have given us your time to deliver such a wonderful topic. We hope that everyone here have learned a lot on this topic and have a lot of takeaways on today's webinar. Thank you as well to our very youthful and having a very soothing voice, Engineer Jedaya Pertolano, for sharing your time and effort to host this event. We would like to thank our partner as well from BDO, Mr. Justin Anthony Galan and Mr. Alexis Vertido for joining us and for making this event a successful one. And since this is also our special membership meeting, we would like to take this opportunity to congratulate everyone, to all the members and officers of ICEP Singapore for all the accomplishment that we have done last year, and also for winning, of course, the second runner-up Best Foreign Chapter Award on last year's EAGM event. Congratulations, under the leadership of Governor Arnie Gonzalez, and to all the officers who have supported behind the scene and who have given all their dedication, effort, and full support for such amazing accomplishments. And also to all the members who have supported all the missions and agendas of this organization, maraming salamat po. And of course, we would like to congratulate our tatay, Papa P, Engineer Paolo Lalaguna, for being awarded as one of the outstanding electronics engineers of 2021. We are so proud of you and you truly deserve it. Thank you, Sir Paulo, for always being there, and you have played a very big role to all the accomplishment of ICEP Singapore chapter. And as you have said, keep calm, Daddy's here, and maraming salamat for being a tatay to all of us. And to everyone, thank you once again, and hopefully that we can see you on this coming Saturday, January 15, our day 1 of the webinar series in collaboration with Central Luzon chapters. We have invited a very good resource speakers specialized in their field on each of the topic. So once again, thank you and hope to see you again soon, and God bless everyone.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Engineer
you.
Leia. So, wala po munang lalabas ng ating webinar. Magkakaroon lang po tayo ng photo opportunity. Please turn on the cameras po ng mga nasa panel dito. Ayan. I'll stop my sharing. I'll just share my sound para may audio tayo. Papapasokin ko po later yung mga nasa participants natin. Ayan. So, ayan. Sir Jerry, Sir Leo, Sir Ariel, Sir Archie, Ma'am Donnie, if you could turn on your cameras para makita po tayo lahat. Okay, so mukhang wala na. Ibilang po ako ng 3, tapos smile na po tayong lahat. Okay? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you po mga panelists. Pero wag muna kayong magpapatay ng camera. Isasama natin ang mga participants natin. Yung mga gustong sumama dito sa photo opportunity, please raise your hand at ipapasok namin kayo dito sa room. Ayun, may ilan na nag-raise ng hand. Sige. Yan, sige po. Papasukin namin kayo isa-isa. Para marami tayo, para masaya.
I-accept lang nila.
Yes po. Thank you, Sir Paulo. Thank you, Governor.
Papapasukin ba natin si Ricky?
Ayun.
Nag-register yan, sir.
Ay, nag-register. Papasukin.
Again,
thank you, Press Jed.
Thank you so much.
Chill na chill siya.
Chill na chill. Napakape tayo no?
Sa susunod na kabanata.
Matayo niyo ako kita mo kakasabi lang.
Thank you po, Sir Alexis.
Sir Alex, thank you po.
One of many, sir.
Thank you very much, Gov. Maraming salamat, Engineer Leia, Engineer Paulo, Engineer
Thank you po.
Salamat. And thank you everyone, IECEP Singapore chapter. Maraming salamat.
Sir Alex, kailangan lang sa susunod. Alam mo nang IECEP.
Okay po, wala na po nagre-raise ng hand mula sa attendees. I think this
picture
is
na.
Yes, picture na tayo.
Picture taking na.
I think Sir Isaac, Sir Leo, at yung ilan po na nag-join dito, please turn on your cameras so that you could join or you join this photo.
Ayan na, Sir Leo. Sir Leo, nasa labas ng MRT.
Okay pa, bibilang na po ako 3. Then smile na po tayo. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, ayan. Maraming salamat po and see you in the next webinar.
Thank you. Sir Danjo, no? Chill na chill, oh. Ay, nawala.
Je, pareho tayong t-shirt, Je.
Nakakuha na kayo? Ay, sorry. Tingnan natin po. Ay, sa kulay pink yan. Ang makukuha nyo lang dyan yung kinetic.